Welcome to WWE. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Under. Okay, let's sit around the ring. Let's come on, guys. بچه ها بیاین. Yeah, there's rings. Let's sit around the rings. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here, let's go.
Because I don't want to support something that is not.
خیلی خالی بشینیم صحبت کنیم. بیاین. بیاین بچه‌ها. خانم آقایون بیاین. Let's go. Let's go. Who's the moderator? It's not me. I know that's a good idea. Okay, we're gonna start the study conversation. Bushra is gonna be moderator. Bushra is the moderator. Serena.
Salam alaikum. I wish I could moderate, but I got two kids that are super little and they're not gonna let me. So Esme won't let me, that's for sure.
Okay, my kids don't let me either. Okay. Okay. I don't know. Okay, do you guys need a mic? You guys need a mic? Let's go. Let's go sit down. Let's go sit down. Let's go sit down. Let's go sit down. Okay. So why don't you be the moderator tonight? Thank you. And let the people from other communities talk more than San Jose. San Jose people talk too much.
Salam alaikum, everyone. So I've been given task of moderator. Good luck with that. Alrighty, what is the topic du jour? Do we have a topic du jour? Quran, are we Nusha, oh, you have a topic for us? Okay, yes, please.
Marriage.
Oh, please. Okay, so yeah, I've been given the task of moderator. So what is the topic du jour? You have a mic. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello.
Do we want to continue last night's, or if someone else has another topic,
Yeah,
we can
I
talk
have
about it too?
Fareshe just made a comment.
Start with Al-Fatih. So God
Sure.
grant us actually wisdom, guidance, and protection from the whispering devils that we all need to, seek refuge to God. Al-Fatih.
Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Can I make a suggestion?
God bless you. Thank you. Yes.
Can we
Please.
talk about something else besides the Quran study?
Talk about something else besides Quran study.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I'm just asking. I'm asking, who wants to talk about
Maybe,
something else?
may I suggest that all of you guys come like here so we're kind of all together? No? No? Okay. No? Okay, fine.
Because
Okay,
don't know,
I have a topic. Okay, I have a topic. How can we ensure that we are unifying our beliefs as a global community?
good idea. Good.
Yeah? So it's kind of Quran study, but it's not. Okay, so who would like to go first?
I don't remember. Yeah. What I said is sometimes we have heard from people in San Jose that we shouldn't sweep things under the rug. So I said, well, it sounds like you are sweeping a bunch of things under the rug. So it's settled somehow. But, if the issue to me is clearly in the Quran or is explained by the messenger through the verses, then it should be fairly easy to figure it out. But if it's not, then, very good submitters, mashallah, are disagreeing, right? So I hear all sorts of, no, I'm talking about like the studies topic, which we did last night. There are different views by people I consider good submitters. So how can I say, what? I think.
So Kumars, so we talked about this for the past 6 months or 4 months.
Yeah, I
we
mean,
talked
God-
about this last night as well. I think we heard what we have to hear. Is there anything new we have to hear?
Mary?
Oh no, I just got
No
a
comment.
question. Can no. Like, can someone give it TLDR what happened last night? Because I missed the whole thing, and like I don't want to repeat.
Yeah, I said what was new that we discussed last night. Not everybody heard. We talked to Patio last night, and we talked to Sanas. Okay, this is something new. They said that. I wish they were here. They could say it themselves better, but I'm just going to paraphrase what they said. Sanas, please come in. So that's what they said. They said at the beginning we had kids, okay, and we were told, send your kids to the other room. They're making too much noise. They found it to be a bit cumbersome to study and then be told, have your kids to the other. Don't let them walk. So he's saying now our masters are a lot more tolerant and flexible dealing with kids because we have a lot of them right now. And then they said, since this is the case, we're going to have our own study, mom study, on Wednesday. Sanas can verify this, and Patio can verify this. I'm just telling you. So we're going to have our own study Wednesday mornings because it's, nobody's going to bug us about our kids, right? This is what Patio was telling me last night. And then he said now that time has passed and there's a lot more flexibility with kids. We don't need that anymore. He said they don't need that. We don't need it. So the Wednesday morning study has become something else. It has become a, sort of a study that it was not meant to be. So I'm saying that, does Quran say believers' affairs are decided after due consultation? If the answer is no, then no discussion. And you can show me from Quran that this is the case. I'll show you from Quran that believers' affairs must be decided after due consultation, which this is the thing that being disputed or disagreed upon, that we need to discuss this and come to a unanimous consensus when we want to settle one of our affairs. Now, if you think that is not in the Quran, show me. I show you it is. I show you it is. So this is the basis of this discussion. There is a disagreement on to have Wednesday morning study for a small group of people as one of our study in the masjid. I'm saying this were never meant to be that and never, consulted upon and never unanimously agreed upon. If we can consult it and say, yeah, maybe this is a good idea, let's have bunch of studies, one for the kids, one for the youth, one for the women, one for the people who don't work, one for the people over 50, one for retirees, and have these groups, different groups study in different times, and then we'll have one study together at the end of the week. If this is what Quran says, if the Messenger of Covenants said as a precedent, because they had Farsi speaking back then too. Paribash could hardly speak Farsi, right? He didn't say go to the other room and do your own study. She kept Paribash said your chicken kitchen English I can't understand, but he was encouraging them to all stay in the same room, study together. This is how God teaches us. We're trying to break that away from that, and this is the discussion. Now, if you guys think that it's okay to establish one of our affairs without consultation, please tell me where in the Quran does say that.
Thank you, Kumas. Sorry, just before we go on. So I have a question to put in the room, and then we'll all have like 3 minutes. And the reason I'll give you 3 minutes is that, inshallah, that will just help to keep your comments concise and to the point. There is no going over the 3 minutes. Please do stay within the 3 minutes. But I do want to just clarify from an outsider's point of view that this, am I correct in the understanding that this all came about because someone, I don't know who, I didn't hear it, made a comment about you having to be at that study. So my question is, if that comment wasn't made about it being that you had to be there, that, you know, then this wouldn't have happened. So I just want to ensure that, like, that's where this is stemmed from. So it's based on someone's comment of it having to be like 1828, you have to be there, force yourself, and if you're not there, it's almost like you're sinning. So yeah, if you have nothing to do and you're not there. So I just wanted clarification that
I'm
that's
sorry,
where
I don't
this
understand
stemmed
your.
from.
But can you?
So
put it
I
on-
was asking, is that this conversation has stemmed from a comment that was saying that you had to be at this study, and if you weren't, basically you're sinning. Is that that was the trigger? Okay. Okay.
the,
Okay.
Yeah, the
Sorry.
reason-
So
the-
can I just get a clarification? Shabnam said she said it. Thank you so much for your honesty. So could you just maybe clarify exactly in 3 minutes, please?
I have a question for you, Q, and Firza June, I think last night you mentioned it. Do you guys believe you're sinning if you don't come to the Wednesday morning study?
because it's not one of our studies.
Okay,
yes.
so then why do you care? That's
because
no,
this is
hold on a
divisive
second.
act. Yeah.
No, the second one was rhetorical. Okay, the second question I asked was that if I believe that I'm sinning, if I have nothing to do, and I choose to watch my soap opera over going to the masjid or over listening to a Quran study online, okay, I believe that my priorities are confused, and I believe that I would be committing a sin. Why do you care if you don't believe that? You don't believe it, you don't believe it. It doesn't mean that you have to cancel the study just because you believe that okay, if Shabnam said this, then that there must be a sin somewhere involved. And in order for me not to sin, okay, we better cancel the study.
Can I
Okay?
answer that, Sharon?
Inshallah.
Because I heard.
Oh, okay, so yeah, that's basically it. I mean, this is my understanding of it, okay? And you don't have to live your life based on my understanding of it. I believe that my priorities would be mixed up if I don't, if I'm watching TV over a Quran study, if I have nothing to do and I am within 10 minutes of a Quran study, I feel that my priorities are confused. And I feel that I would be sinning.
So basically, I agree to
Okay? And if you disagree that there's no sin there, okay,
That's what.
then relax.
Hanan, can I answer that or? Hanan, can I
Okay, so
talk
I'm just gonna go to the people that had their hands up initially, and so I've got Sanaz, then
I think it's fair that.
I think the question was for everyone, but is it to agree to disagree? Okay, sorry. Thank you. All right, Sanaz.
Assalamu alaikum. I believe you guys wanted me to clarify how it started when I walked in. So what happened is, I think it was about 8, maybe 9 years back. We had like a baby wave in our masjid. A bunch of us had younger kids, multiple kids, and we had 2 studies at the time, Thursday and Sunday. They were both pretty late at night, like for most people with families. we know like in America, bedtime is usually like 7:38 for young kids, and our studies were like starting very late. And we were asking to make the studies a little bit earlier, at least Sunday study. And our community wasn't able to come to a consensus about Sunday studies. And you know, it was to the point where like there were a bunch of kids crying. Like it was hard. And not that we weren't gonna go to those. We were just like, all we want is like one study where we're like the kids are not crying. They're like in a good mood in the morning. We can sit down, discuss the Quran. Like we were like young moms at a time. I remember Parya and I, one Sunday, we were like, hey, if the community doesn't mind, we're going to come here Wednesday mornings with the moms. It's open to anyone. You know, it was like the purpose was like for the moms with young kids, but open to all, of course, at the masjid. We're never going to close it off. You're more than welcome to join us. We never thought it would turn into the regular, like another like masjid, like Quran study. The intention was just like to have something in the morning where moms could like learn about the religion, because we had to like keep going outside. The kids were crying on Sundays and Thursdays. And I've said this before, like if I could go back in time, I would try harder. We would try harder to convince the community, hey, let's work on that Sunday time, which eventually it did move by. It became earlier. We would have worked harder on that rather than saying, let's just start a study for the moms, you know. And at that time, our masjid was having youth studies, different studies. We didn't think anything of it, you know. I mean, I'm still like listening and learning about this topic, but I never wanted it to become a thing where like, because it's mornings when people work. Like right now, like I'm at a point in life where I'm back to work and I'm working, right? So I can't even go to those studies anymore. I'm happy some people can benefit from it, but I never wanted a morning study to become something that people feel guilty about not attending, because like we know, like, I mean, even during the messenger's time, he was never like, be at the masjid 9 or 10 a.m. on a Wednesday when everyone's like seeking provisions or taking care of kids, household. Because even people who are not working, they're still like at home taking care of children, laundry, or if it's not children, household stuff, you know, it's busy. Yeah. So yeah, my whole thing was like our masjid couldn't come to an agreement about Sunday. So that's why like Wednesday happened. I feel like we were just like trying to accommodate like the whole mom situation with the babies.
Okay, thank you, Sanaz, for clarifying. Okay, so just based on what Shabnan said, and then thank you, Sanaz, for clarifying again. What I'm hearing, the issue here is not the Quranic study. The issue here is everyone being on the same page of what it means. And, you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I'm hearing. It's being on the same page. There's Elena and then Lisa, inshallah.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So just to provide some background, it's okay. You know, right now I don't think this is an international like topic, but it is like a topic within the San Jose community. I think maybe because we're not making any progress, that's where the international family comes in and maybe helps us to give like their viewpoint to help us, you know, reconcile and see where you guys are thinking in this dispute. Because what has happened is that in our masjid, like Sanaz had mentioned, you know, many years ago, I think it was like 9 years ago, the study was established for the mothers to come with their kids in the morning, and the whole community was invited. It was never established as part of our regular Quran studies. We always in our community had Quran studies on Sundays and Thursdays, and then this was added on the Wednesdays. And then in addition to that, we also had like a Farsi Quran study on Wednesday nights. So within the masjid, there was like 4 you could really attend if you could be part of all of those. The issue is that now, you know, today the Wednesday morning study is primarily not just for like the mothers, it's for like, you know, the people that can make it in the morning. So here's what I think. I think that, you know, hindsight is 2020. As a mom right now, like I wouldn't like propose, like back then I didn't think it was wrong, but right now as a mom, I wouldn't propose a new study. I would just say, hey, can we modify the time? If it's not working, let's all consult as a community and figure out something that's a solution, rather than starting a new study and like trying to figure out how to make my life situation work into the current, you know, group Quran study. Right now we have like 4 studies as a masjid. And I think that it's inefficient. We should be studying together as a community, you know, at least like we should decide as a group, should it be 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, but we should decide them and then God willing, we all come together under one roof and study together. We don't want to have a dysfunctional, Quran study where we're not all studying together. I think the point of a community is to be together, study the Quran together, do the sermons together. That's the point of the Quranic study group, right? Is we join each other, we under one roof, we're with each other. I don't think it's a sin to go to the Wednesday study, and I don't think it's a sin to basically suggest like, hey, why don't we just have 2 studies in our masjid so that we can be all together and study together. I think it's more efficient. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if that clarified anything for you guys, but I hope it did. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hanan hit it on on the head. This is not about Wednesday morning study. This is about if you miss a Quran study, are you committing a sin? Same thing. The human being is the most argumentative creature. Q. Quran study. There is a difference between a Quran study and a Quranic study group. Okay. I mean, why? Like, this is so not not relevant. You know that, Q. A Quranic study group is a Quran study. That's it. It is. I mean, I guess if somebody wants to argue that point, you can. But from now, I mean, I would personally like everyone who's on the list to tell me if they believe that missing a Quran study is or isn't a sin. Is it a sin? Why is it a sin? If it's not a sin, why is it not a sin? And I'm not saying you don't attend any Quran study. I'm saying we can take our example right now. You have 3 Quran studies in 1 week. If you miss one of them, is it a sin? Maybe we should ask that question more specific. I think that, like, literally, I don't want to hear the words Wednesday Quran study anymore. Forget it. It doesn't matter. This is what we need to say. Yes, it is. And we need to bring evidence, support from the Quran.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, it's Natasha, then I'm coming to Firuza, inshallah. No comment? This, because it affects us. Yeah, I believe it affects us. Great, you have a mic.
Hanan, can I start? Yeah, mashallah. I think, Shabnam John, it's very important that, especially when we come to the conference and we are talking about, because part of the conference is to unify our understanding about many subjects. This is what the believers are. Believers, they should think the same way when it comes to religion and, treat it the same way. We have to start with this question. Is it okay to have a small groups study in a masjid of God? If the answer is no, then we have a base to talk about. I believe that's what a lot of confusion and disputes starts. Let's talk about this, that is it okay to have a lot of small groups studies to, in the same masjid for reasons? Or is it good to have 1 or 2 study that everybody can make it, we unified our understanding, and we have unity? Let me tell you what I believe. I believe the correct way, what I learned from Messenger of Covenant, is to have 1 big study that all of us can go and unify our understanding. We learn Quran together, and we exchange information, is all the same page, is not confusing. If we go with this understanding, then Wednesday morning, it cannot be a study for everybody. Because started with mom study, it evolved to something else, and then I don't believe it's the study for everybody in the masjid, because not everybody can make it. They're working. It was not unanimously agreed on the time at that time. So it's a side study. It's a small group study. Now that's what we are talking about. And this study is not like UK, that you can talk from global and say your point of view. It's a very closed circuit study that you have to wait after party, you express your idea or understanding about what you heard. So that's what we are talking about, that inshallah we resolve it. And so to me, this is not a study for the whole masjid. It was never agreed the time, the way it is conducted. Now, so let's talk about it. We can change it for better, by God's grace, to have it on Discord so everybody can participate even the same hour. And we can bring a lot of, solution that can be done. All this is not to close any study or says, oh, you cannot study. We want what is best for our community, for our, for ourselves. And it is important for me, that when Shabran John treat this as a Quran study for everybody. Because I believe if there is a Quran study in the Masjid of God and I don't go and I can, I'm committing a sin. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Ali.
So I personally disagree, Firuza John, respectfully, but disagree that we cannot have more than one study or two study. I think and I believe, as far as long as it's open though, that's something that I did not know, to be honest with you, because I have not attended the Wednesday mornings, maybe once the past 10 years in person. If we can open it up, let's open it up. You want to sit at home and participate in that study, or you want to come to the masjid and do it, let's just open it up. What's the difference, What's the difference between that and a UK study, for instance? And I personally do not attend too many studies, so if I'm saying something that is not correct, I apologize as far as how the study is being conducted. So generally speaking, masjid, when we talk about the messenger's time, they had one study a week. If you want to go back to basics, let's just have that one study, Sundays, and everything else, let's put it on Discord. Why not? Even Thursdays, what's the problem with that? So let's just do one main study, as we're saying, and even that one, let's open it up. Let's not make it San Jose Masjid. How many other submitters are there? 200? We have already 120, 130 in the masjid, another 100 all around the world. Let's just make them part of the study as well. What we're opening it up. Yeah, it's a suggestion. No, we're opening it up, and then let's close everything else. Let's go back to the basics. I don't have a problem with that, but some people have, and I don't agree with you, Shabnam John. I don't agree with your opinion that, or understanding that, if that's your understanding, okay? That if there is a study, let's say Wednesday morning, I'm sitting at home, one day I have day off, I don't have anything else to do, I just want to look at the wall, okay? I'm making an example. I've already attended 2 other studies or 3 other studies. I'm not attending that study, I'm making a sin, I'm committing a sin. I do not see it that way. I honestly don't, because I'm fulfilling my obligation, and then maybe 1 hour I just want to focus on something else, What's wrong with that? I don't see anything wrong with that, And also, 21 seconds. I encourage other communities to say something. This is, for the past years and years and years, we're just talking about San Jose issues. Just talk about something else. Yeah, if there's anything else, can I hear it? Thank you. It doesn't solve like this, Qmars. Our discussions goes months and years. Come on, Baba. It doesn't solve in 2 nights.
Okay, thank you. All right, so there are how many people on the list? We have, thank you for my assistant. So we have 7 people on the list, and then inshallah we are going to close this topic. So please be mindful of the comments that you're going to say, and let's try and find somewhat of a solution, somewhat of a moving forward, so that next time this conversation comes up, you've got more different things to say rather than just repeating what you've been saying for the last few months. Inshallah. All right, so next is Noah. The list is closed. Sorry, Omar.
Sam. Okay. Yeah, I'll be quick, inshallah. And I know we are closing out this topic, but I do have some things I'm wondering about. We can discuss it on Discord or just discuss with me if you like. So my first question is, and this is kind of, I thought about this when Q was talking about it, but it seems like to me at the time of the Wednesday study, it was something else. And so it was for mothers specifically. And so people didn't really feel like we needed unanimous consensus for it. And it was just this smaller thing that became something bigger. So my question is that let's say we unanimously agreed on something in the past, but the circumstances have now changed in some number of ways. Does that require us getting unanimous consensus for whatever is happening to continue, especially when people have a problem with it? How do we apply unanimous consensus in a situation like that? Also, if that is the case, what about our current Quran study times? Because they were also established a long time ago, and people have voiced that they do want them at different times, and the argument is always, well, this is just how it's been. Now, again, I have no problem with the current Quran study times, but I'm saying if we're applying this logic, we have to apply it across the board. Also, based on the Quran specifically, what is the set of steps we have to take to change something that once had unanimous consensus but might not anymore? So at some point people agreed with it, maybe new people came, or just people changed their mind about something that they once agreed to. How do you rectify a situation like that? I also do want to know more about understandings on 1828, because I truly am still trying to understand. I currently have a hard time accepting that somebody who makes it to all of their Quran studies every week and is with the believers and is at Friday prayer is committing a sin if they decide to go to a concert or a sporting event on a Thursday night instead of a Quran study once a year or something. So again, I would really like to know about that. And lastly, just as this conversation continues, I do want to try to remind everyone to not villainize one side or the other. There's a lot of language around they're trying to cancel studies, they're trying to do this, or they want to divide from us, or they want to have their own studies, right? So I want to make sure we're not villainizing each other in any way, and that, you know, we try to talk to each other as family, because we know that both sides have valid concerns and that their concern comes from a good place. Nobody is trying to do anything maliciously, and I truly believe everyone has good intentions when it comes to talking about their concerns.
Thank you. God bless you. Next is Evan.
Assalamualaikum. I have. Huh? Hello. Can everybody hear me? I've been thinking about this for like a few months, and I just never said it. So now I'm gonna say it. I actually do, for some reason, think that there is a difference between Quranic study groups, Quran studies, and I only want to say this comment just to clarify what I think, and maybe it'll kind of like make people think, oh, that's a good point. From what I understand, a Quranic study group is an established Quran study intended for the entire masjid at one time, reoccurringly. And that is a Quranic study group. A Quran study is just what you do when you're studying the Quran with your family or when you're with friends. So based off of what Q was saying, having a Quranic study group, remember the definition, without having everybody there is wrong, because now the Quranic study group is not a Quranic study group anymore. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, great. That's all.
Thank you. Next is Ashkan. Do you have a mic? Yeah.
No. I think I got it. Sound like? Can you hear me? Okay. So, and I mean, it's just like kind of the same points, but so Shabnam, actually, the whole thing that started this disagreement is what I have a problem with. I don't see anywhere in the Quran which says if you miss a Quran study, your priorities are incorrect or that it's wrong. And the only thing I see in the Quran is a verse that talks generally about prioritizing your life around being with the believers, 1828. Okay? That does not mention Quran studies specifically, although it is in the subheading. I've talked about why I think that subheading is there. There's also an audio that Farhan Ashkan played last night where the Messenger of the Covenant talks about prioritizing the Tucson study, which is occurring on Fridays, and says if you're not here, then your priorities are incorrect, right? I don't generalize that statement to mean that any Quran study happening around you is now has to be a priority or else you are sinning. I take that to mean generally you need to prioritize coming to Quran study regularly, okay? Especially the ones that the community has decided these are the ones that we want everybody to attend so that we unify our understanding. This is the way I understand it. So to say that Wednesday study, a study that is quite frankly not available for most people to attend, now suddenly there is a requirement that if you have nothing better to do, you better show up. I don't think that's true. I think that there are circumstances in everybody's life, and God knows those circumstances, where maybe I can't make it on Wednesday and I don't maybe have the best reason. But still, it's okay because I'm coming on Thursday and I'm coming on Sunday and I'm coming to unify my understanding with the rest of the community. So I am fulfilling 1828. I'm not turning my back on the believers. In fact, I am prioritizing the believers, just not at that time. Okay? And I think that's totally fine. So I disagree with the premise. That's it.
Thank you, Ashkan. And next is Natasha. Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me? It sounds low. Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. I feel like I can't even hear myself. Okay. Ashkan, I agree with everything that you just said is like half of my comment. I think that's for solutions, being solutions focused. I think, which is another topic, but our masjid has a hard time coming to unanimous consensus and convincing people. گفتم صدای من نمیاد. Thanks. Okay, much better. Our community has an issue with coming to unanimous consensus and like convincing the other side, like, hey, like this is the point of view. And I think something that I was talking with somebody yesterday is changing our moderation, right? To not be just like a timer, but really trying to focus on like, okay, that's repetitive, cut it. Okay, we need to do like a little back and forth here and actually having kind of a true moderator and maybe not having so many topics at the same time. So I think that's kind of one aspect that we can look at. For Noah, for your question, I think Moore's speech today really nails it, where it's like conjecture is no substitute for the truth, right? And it kind of goes along with the Friday prayer topic where people, I'm almost done. At the end of the day, people can give their opinions and their thoughts, but if it's not in the Quran, like we were talking, like I'm not gonna tell someone you have to drive 3 hours to do your Friday prayer. Just like I don't think that you're sinning if you miss one Quran study, but you went to four that week, right? But at the same time, think about how come you feel comfortable maybe telling someone, hey, you've committed a sin by missing the Quran study that week, but you're not committing a sin when you travel for work for 2 months and you're missing 2 months worth of Quran studies. Or Natasha, you're going to Istanbul 3 times a year and you're missing Quran studies, right? How come that doesn't count as a sin? But if I'm in San Jose and there's a concert in San Jose and I go to it instead of a study, that's a sin. But then if I drive to LA, which I've done to see a concert, I'm out of town and then that doesn't count. Like, we have to be consistent. So across the board. So if it doesn't line up, if it doesn't go with the Quran, then it's just really what people think and their opinions. And we can always encourage people to strive in the cause of God, but we can't force them and say it's a commandment and that make them feel bad like they're sinning.
Thank you. Next is Mary. Thank you.
So, Assalamu alaikum. I rarely agree with Ashkan, but I think he really hit the nail on the head with this one. I completely agree with you. Habi, good job. Shabnam June, I love you so much, but I don't think that somebody that's missing a Quran study if they're not like even if they don't have anything to do, like a good reason. I don't think that they're sinning by not going. Definitely that person should reflect and ask themselves, am I making, submission a priority? Am I making Quran study a priority? If they say yes, if they say, I go to all the San Jose studies plus the Danville, and I miss one study out of the week, like, how can you say that they're not prioritizing, their submission? I don't think it's a sin. But on the flip side, Q, I don't know where you got this idea that, and I love you so much too. I don't know where you got this idea that the Wednesday study is not for the moms. Praise God, without Wednesday study, I feel like I wouldn't really be able to pay attention during Thursday and Sunday, because I don't know if you guys remember, but way earlier I talked about that I was really struggling in Thursday and Sunday Quran study, paying attention, because I'm getting up, I'm following Isla, I'm making sure she's being quiet. And Wednesday study, by God's leave, and I know this is a weakness of mine, like when I'm able to discipline Isla, but not in front of the whole masjid, it's like a little bit easier because I don't feel the pressure of like 100 eyes, like I feel like I'm being judged, like, oh, that's a bad mom. But I know that's not what you guys are thinking. But that's like my companion, right? So having Wednesday study is so nice, by God's leave, because I can feel like breathe and just like remind Isla calmly, like, hey, this is how we act in masjid, by God's leave. But also too, thank God, I'm also to really understand the Quran more, and I'm able to make comments more, mashallah. And by God's leave, all the new babies that have been born, all of the families started coming to Wednesday morning study, by God's leave. So I feel like it is still for the moms. It's still for the moms that still like have those crazy kiddos that just get up and run around, mashallah. So I agree with you. I think definitely we all should be prioritizing studying the Quran together. I wouldn't label like Thursday and study as like the main studies, but my solution to Wednesday, because I know there's also Farsi study, and maybe we can test it out, like test out this theory. Take Wednesday and take Farsi study and go 4 to 6 p.m. and have a Quran study there and see if everybody can make it. But it's early enough for the kids where they're not going like crazy, and maybe the moms can pay attention a little bit more too. But also too, it's not super late that like they're not going, but it's also not like super early that the people who are working can't make it. So I mean, I think there's definitely a meet in the middle waypoint here, but I definitely think that's like for each side, like we can give a little leeway, like I still think it's for the moms, but I also don't think it's a sin if people don't attend, right? By God's leave. And I think Ashkan said it best.
Mashallah. Thank you, Mary. Next is Kumas. Inshallah.
Okay, so can you hear me? Okay, so I think this is not working now. Hello, okay, so it is more efficient if we discuss this based on merits, right? Not that what suits my situation and what suits my lifestyle, because everyone has different lifestyle. Everyone's life is different. Some people have kids. Some people are retired. Some people work during the day. So that's why I asked the question, can you show me from Quran that you can decide believers' affairs without due consultation? Okay, I want to play this video here that Messenger of Covenant says that if you do not put Quranic study group on your list of priorities, then your priorities are confused. I was going to ask Lisa, if my priorities are confused, am I winning or am I sinning? So it's no, forget about that. Let's just focus on one thing. If my priorities are confused, am I sinning or am I winning? I'm losing, right? I'm sinning, right? So therefore, if I'm sinning, meaning that I'm not seeking God's kingship over me. If I'm not seeking God's kingship over me, there's something wrong. That means I'm not making God my king. I'm not making God my master. I'm not. Maybe my ego is my master. You see what I'm saying? So this is the thing that I'm trying to point out. Now listen to this for a second, and I want to make a comment.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I wanna address that too. Can I get a little bit more time so I play this? Yeah. Thanks.
Seek out instead his kingship over you, and the rest will follow in turn. So all you need to do is seek God's kingship over you, and everything else you need follows. The food, the provisions, the clothing, the health, everything else follows. So what does this mean? What does seeking God's kingship mean? It means that you give priority to God's commandments.
Okay, so you give priority to God's commandments, which Quranic study is one of them. Now listen to this.
Give priority to prayer. And of course, you people here are the least people who need this. Some people out there are the ones who need this kind of reminder. You put on the list of your priorities the Quranic study. There's a Quranic study every Friday night going on here where you study the Word of God. And you have to work your circumstances. You cannot be somewhere in Tucson and there's a Quranic study going on in the mosque. Otherwise, you don't really care. You're not seeking God's kingship over you. To be sitting within, say, 50 miles, and there's a Quranic study going on. What does it mean to seek God's kingship over you and everything else follows, the provisions, the health, the happiness? You give priority to the activities of the believers.
So what I'm saying is here, if the Quranic study going on, right, and the groups decided that we need 2 or we need 3, okay, we have to respect that. We have to say that, you know, we need 3 studies per week for this masjid. Like in Virginia, they have 1 and then they have 1 online, right? You guys decided that after due consultation. Bahram Agha did not come and say, you know what, I'm going to decide on your behalf. I'm going to put it on this day, on that day, and everybody have to listen to me and obey me. He didn't say that. You know, we can't take a group of people and come and say, you know, we're going to decide for the rest. So the Quranic study groups are part of our priority, and to me, if how can you differentiate between a conference putting on list of priority or conference, the picnic, or maybe removing one of them and putting an additional study? Every time we put something that is part of believers' affairs, Quranic study group being one of them, if it's 2, I believe we have to respect that and be there. Because how would you like to have 10 different, imagine this group right now. I mean, just want to say this, very important. Very important. Just a second.
To be respectful,
if you divide this group in 10 small groups, and everybody does their own study, and then they come and report to us.
Yeah.
Is that efficient?
No.
It's not efficient. So that's why we need to hear.
God bless you. Thank you, Kumar. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you. So, as it is with our studies, we don't have enough time to ask questions, make comments, because our group is so big. Okay, can you start my timer now then? Okay. Okay, so as it is, we don't have enough time with one study. Our Thursday studies are thinner than our Sunday studies. So there are already people who don't come to Thursday studies, they don't come to Wednesday studies, and they only come to the Sunday studies. So, and we know that because our Sunday studies, everybody can attest to that, is full. There are a lot of people on Sundays versus Thursdays. So this just Natasha John, it's not about like going to a concert versus Quran study. It was about, like he says, you're sitting somewhere within a 50-mile radius and you're not going to the study. So to me that means when you're sitting somewhere, to me that means you're doing nothing. Okay. Once in a lifetime, or there's some events that don't happen all the time. If a concert, a wedding, a game, whatever it is, it's like a once in a lifetime thing. I don't believe that there's any problem, especially when you're attending all the other studies. I see no problem with that. So it's for me, that's not
someone who isn't prioritizing. If we go down to one study a week, okay, for 1 day a week, basically we're paying $4,000 a month. Q, I would really like you to listen to this, okay? Because you're advocating, combining all studies, okay? For one study a week, we're going to be paying $4,000 a month, okay? For one study and one Friday prayer. Masjids around the world are open 24/7, okay? I don't understand. I don't understand the concept of having a masjid where we only go to one Quran study a week, one Friday prayer, and then the door is locked. No, we can't have any other studies. We can't have any, so Wednesday morning is for moms with young children, and it's open to anyone. Whether you want to call it a Quranic study group, you want to say it falls under 1828, you say it doesn't fall under 1828. It doesn't matter. It's a masjid. People are doing something righteous. If anyone has a chance, if you are home doing nothing, you get a chance to come. It's striving for you. If the messenger says anything you do in this world that has nothing to do with growing your soul is a waste of time. So for me, watching a soap opera in the morning rather than going to Quran study would be a waste of time. And that's the way I see it. You don't have to agree with it. Nobody has to agree with it, okay? I'm not the judge on Judgment Day. If I'm wrong about the sin, then I'm wrong about the sin, okay? It's no bearing upon you.
Thank you, Shabnam. Okay, next we have Bahram. No? Yeah, Bahram is
Okay.
next, inshallah.
This is
guys.
not a problem at smaller communities. I mean, 10, 20, 30 people, we get together, we say, how about this time, that time? And we come to an agreement. We've changed the time once or twice. No, this is the bad mic.
Like our situation is like 100 plus, it's hard to agree.
Can you hear me? Okay, now I have to eat the mic for you to hear. Okay. Yeah. So, this is not an issue at a smaller community. So this is a condition of the group that has grown large, and I don't think you can compare this to what Rashad is saying. And any speculation in that regard is trying to say what he would have done, which we cannot do. Now, we are supposed to abide by all of God's commandments. So God says you have to be like bricks in one wall. Is the behavior I'm seeing is indicative of a bunch of people like bricks? I don't see that. We are supposed to go to consultation with a mindset of being agreeable, not fighting, arguing, and constantly pushing and things like that. And I don't see that happening. By the way, I had a subject on the list, so at some point it would be good to go over that. So I think you should try to come with a solution. Something that I heard at one of your studies that bothered me a lot, which I want to bring up, and maybe that has something to do with this. Because one night, Karim Khalil said that we are Tucson without the bad stuff. And I was shocked that nobody objected. I said, you should want to run away from anything like that. The great numbers does not mean, and if he was saying that, like it or not, people are following us. And maybe God is doing a favor for all the people who thought they should follow you. That you're not even in agreement with each other. So I think it should give you pause. All these arguments and unkind communications is not a good sign of a united community. So I think you ought to look and see there could be another problem.
Thank you, Bahram. We've got Sanaz, inshallah. And then it's Kumas, and then we're going to pray, God willing. So Sanaz.
Hello. Real quick, Natasha, I actually have the concept that you were talking about. I wanted to expand on that a little bit more. I personally am very careful generalizing some of the things that Rashad is saying in an audio. For example, the whole thing, like we use it all the time, like the Quran study about Tucson if you're within 50 miles, and sometimes we extend that to we're trying to tell other communities. And we've talked about this before. We're in London, LA, whatever. That's not 50 miles can take hours, right? So one, I think we have to I think we take some of this stuff and we add to it, we generalize it. And we miss the point that the messenger is trying to make. Rashad's point is prioritize Quran study, seek God's kingship, put God first, and sometimes we just add our own 2 cents to it. And I think that's where the conflict happens. And because if we're all following the Quran and we're all taking the message from the messenger, there should be unity. We shouldn't have issues, So that's one thing. I think we need to be careful, all of us, we're responsible. We have all these teachings left behind to us and we need to be careful how we utilize it. And then another thing is sorry, I wrote on a bunch of stuff, but some of it was covered. I don't know. I know Hanan said let's come up with a solution. I don't really have a solution, but I do believe that if, whether we have a small community or a large community, if we have too many in-person studies, knowing what I have seen and what I've learned now, I feel like it's what people said earlier, the devil comes at you from the right. He's have a Quran study every night, go to the masjid every night. It could make the religion difficult, just think about, I don't know, any of us, whether we have kids or not, we might have work or housework, children's school, sports, a million things, taking care of elderly relatives. Imagine we're or the next generation, we're telling them every 4 nights a week you need to go to masjid, you have to go to the Quran study. They're going to be turned off. That's going to make the religion difficult. So I think we're responsible, we don't want to dilute the religion, make it so difficult that they're we got to go to the Quran study. I think you have 1 or 2 studies a week, in person. They're going to want to go to that study. You miss each other. Maybe we see each other too much. That's why we bicker. I don't know. I don't have a solution, but I'm thinking, maybe the Wednesday study, that's just a suggestion, solution wise. Maybe we can take that one online because I loved that the UK and other communities were able to tune in. And that's when Jamal, you remember, that's the first time our communities came together, right? With the Wednesday morning study, we found each other, all of us on Facebook, we're oh, come join our study. And we all grew so much from that, unified our understandings internationally. Maybe just go online, open it up to them. We hear from each other a lot, let's hear from them. I don't know, my 2 cents, but of course we should consult.
Thank you, Saraz. Last comment to Kumas, and then it's sunset prayer, inshallah.
So, mashallah, Sanaz Jan, we are going, in fact, beyond the limits of our religion. We are going beyond the limits of religion by establishing so many studies a week. I was talking to Brother Bahram. He's saying this is path to Hermetism. He's right. I mean, we have so many studies that we do that we get to a point where we don't have any time for anything else, right? We have to be able to practice what we learn. If I start from the morning and I want to attend all the studies online, all the studies at masjid, that's literally 25, 30 study a week. So that means I have to be on the computer or in the masjid 24/7. So we have to really believe God is running everything to the point that God wants us to talk about this. This is one of the topics that is at hand, and we need to pay attention. What we should be advocating, what I'm advocating, Shabnam, is have consultation for any believers event, for any believers activities, for any believers affairs. So I believe Wednesday morning it is believers affairs. When it's happening at the masjid, it's believers affairs. We need to consult and decide if that's to be moved so that everyone can attend to another time, or if we need to have 2 studies, 3 studies. We have to do it based on consultation. Number 2, we want to advocate what Quran says, that if there is a Quran study going on, okay, I'm going to put that on list of my priorities, because I don't want to say God said 1 or 2 or 3. God says, do not take your eyes away. And we are the one who is creating the problem. We are adding so much that is becoming difficult. The messenger of covenant had one, maybe two. I think he had one that he was saying the Fajr group study. So they had one maybe on Sunday Fajr. So the point is, whatever it is, they did it after due consultation. He didn't decide unilaterally. And number three, I was gonna say, how would you like we decide our affairs in this group right now? In this group, we go to 8 different rooms. We study separately 8 different groups. Are you listening, guys? 8 different groups, and then everybody comes up with a decision, and then we bring that to the main group. You know how inefficient is that? And then everybody says, "Well, we decided this, we decided that." But if you do it together, it gets done in the first place at an efficient rate. And this is what God wants. God wants us to. God teaches us because we have different levels of understanding, and God knows that. God wants to teach us through everybody. If I am doing a study that half of you are not there, and I don't hear you every week, I mean the other half that's supposed to be doing this, they're supposed to be there in order to participate. And this is what part of the learning and becoming unifying our understanding. The conference is one of these things. We are here to unify our understanding, and this is a part of the process. And I don't think we should have like 2 conferences or 3 conferences because we don't agree on the date. This is not right.
God bless you, Kumas. Okay, so we are going to go now for Friday prayers. Mashallah, there were some good... the sunset prayer. What did I say? Friday prayer. Gosh, all these prayers. Mashallah. Thank you, everyone. We will come back into the room. This will not be the topic afterwards. So please come back. There will be a new topic. I don't know what that's going to be.
Akimas Salat. You can put him in check.
Okay, check. Salam alaikum. Everyone done Maghrib? Everyone done Friday prayers as well? Yeah? Alrighty. I did say I wasn't going to continue moderating, but I feel like the next topic should be a bit more
We have a
peaceful.
topic.
Yes,
Hanan,
Mariam.
we have a topic with Baram. Avengers assemble.
Okay, so let's just wait for 1 or 2 minutes that everyone come in the room. Take a seat.
Ben. Just do a sweep outside and say we're starting. If anybody wants to come.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Gentlemen and ladies.
Okay, we are going to go to another topic. We're just waiting for a few more people to join us in the room. So, obviously, not everyone's here that was here before. But just from what I heard from the comments, just to clarify from the outside world, is that obviously there are some potential solutions to be had. But it seems like, you know, I'd like to say this when there's more people in the room and the relevant people are in the room, but it seems that you have underlying issues that go far beyond Quran study and 1828 and everything else. And it would probably be better to have certain individuals in a room together to just, you know, with a good moderation, just to get to the bottom of it without everyone involved, because it seems like this is not your issues. And you've got, I think, 3 or 4 topics. I'm looking at the door. You just happen to be standing there, love. It's like, yeah, it's all Natasha's fault. So I just still feel like there's a few individuals that maybe just need to sit together with good moderation and just get to the bottom of what their issues are. And I think that's my suggestion, and I will say it to them, inshallah. But for now, I think people are just slowly coming back in, and we will open up the topic. Kareem, yes, mashallah, you're here, bro. Good, because I think the next topic is based on something you said, inshallah.
Nighttime exercise is good for
So we will tackle what Bahram asked, inshallah. I think that's a good topic. So we'll just wait for Bahram to come back in, and Kareem's here as well, who can clarify what he said.
Candy Crush? Oh, I love this game. It's not hard. Use your brain. It's easy. What you got there? What you got there? Never had this one. Hook a brother up. You just went for it. Oh, that's too long, bro. Cut that in half. You went for all of it. Oh, wow. I want that. But I'm gonna pass on the other one.
I get it. Don't. I'm not stressed. I raised my hand. She's like, "No, you shut up. Sit down." No, she didn't say that. I get it. I know how these discussions go. I grew up. You did a good job moderating, by the way.
So before we get everybody in, does anybody have any topics that they would like to discuss? Nobody's paying attention to me. I'm being ignored. Hello. Dina's got a topic. Oh, let's go. What's your topic, Dina? Well, you were talking so much. What's your topic? We're not resetting right now. Do you want to be the first one? We have we ended the first list with the study. Now it's brand new list, brand new start. What you got? Should I put you in? So they're not here. The topic goes away. So you want to when they come back? You want to come back?
If you figure it out,
I know. Wait for him to get it.
Let me know your success.
Nobody else? Topic? Huh? No, it's done. We're waiting to start a brand new one. I know he's got one. You have a topic, right?
Alrighty, we have Bahram back in the room. MashaAllah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the next topic? So the next topic is going to be based on what Bahram asked just before. So that will be the topic du jour for this segment, inshallah. Excellent. Unrelated to any of it. And Kareem is in the room. So just so you know, Kareem is here. So we're not talking about Kareem when he's not here.
Wait for some other people.
Closer.
Because I think it's something more people should be here.
Pretend it's an ice cream and it's you're enjoying it. Pretend.
Okay.
Shh. Yeah, that's what we're doing, and we're doing that. Thank you, Shireen. I love it. Wifey's there. No, that's what we said. I've already clarified it to Kareem as well, inshallah. Yes, please repeat what you said when.
What I said is one night you mentioned in a study that like something to this paraphrasing, something to the effect that whether we like it or not, people follow this masjid. And you said we are Tucson without the bad stuff. Is that accurate?
Shh. Guys, just to be really, so obviously we've got issues with the mic. It would be really nice if everyone could just come a bit closer instead of so spread out, and then inshallah we can, yeah. Yeah. So perimeter talkative people, please join us in the center. Shh. I know most of your names, and I'm not shy to say them. Delilah.
So I said that's troubling.
I can clarify. So that wasn't in the context of my speech today, right? That's a comment that I made during the marriage topic. Yeah, it was during the marriage topic. I don't remember the topic, but yeah. So
Come closer.
But if you come closer,
wait, the mics are back there.
Boo. Bad behavior.
Talk like this. Cover
Huh?
here.
Like this?
How
Like
you
this?
rap? Yeah, you go.
This?
Yeah, there you go.
Is that better?
it's off. It's off. It's not. Okay, guys, sorry. Look, I've asked you all to come closer. We can all hear here. So if you can't hear, please come and sit round here where we can all hear, inshallah. Kareem, please go ahead. Thank
Okay. So the context of that was actually during the marriage topic. And I think at the time we had marriage, charity, there was a bunch of topics going on. And the purpose of my comment was a couple of things. One is, so in every time there is a community that has a big mic, like a lot of people are listening to it, versus following it, the big difference between both. So for example, comments were made yesterday that people coming on the Wednesday study, they want to hear what we are saying in San Jose. And for whatever reason God wants, we have a big community. So anytime there is a topic, you have 100+ people adding weight to that comment versus like 2 or 3 or 10 or 20. And we tend to broadcast all our studies on a global way, which I'm not against, but we do broadcast that. So it is very on us to understand the responsibility of this, that one, when we make those comments, we know that it's not too, or like a messenger talks about, like if you mislead someone or like if you tell someone the wrong information. So if I have a big microphone, it's on me to make sure that I triple check what I'm saying before I say it, because the impact on that is not going to be 5 or 6 people. The impact of that is going to be hundreds of people, essentially the most of the global community. And if I listen to something in San Jose, like I'm San Jose and I listen to something in San Jose that I do not agree with, it's also on me to make that stance on the microphone, because I also on me to make sure that the other 100 people know that this is not what San Jose thinks as a total community. So that's my first point. My first point is, when you have a big microphone, you have to act up to that responsibility, right? And I think there is so many verses in the Quran that talks about like prosperous nations, and when they carry God commands, they multiply. But also there is a lot of communities where only 2 believers were there, right? So the choice is basically yours, whether you want to be that type of community or that other type of community. Then the second point, I didn't think that I said that we are Tucson without the bad stuff. I actually think if we don't do that, we will become Tucson with the bad stuff. So I actually think a little bit more on that. And what I mean by that is, what is it that, I went to Tucson only one time in my life. And the thing that I have noticed is that they are okay to coexist. That's the biggest problem, right? Like the biggest problem is, like there are misunderstandings, but you can find a guy sitting who believes in perfect happiness right next to a guy who doesn't believe in it, and they're hugging and everything is okay. And it's like, let's agree to disagree. And I think this is how communities pretty much fall. So my point was, like, as a San Jose community, and I think as any community, not only San Jose community, we cannot tolerate coexistence, because there is no point, there is no debate in my opinion, or in my belief, not opinion, that where both sides are correct. Like one side has to be wrong, one side has to be correct, because we know that the truth is one, right? God is one, the truth is one, and the source of the truth is only the Quran. So in any given debate, it's either Satan's point of view or God's point of view. So we cannot, like if you take the marriage topic in specific, it went on for probably a decade, right? So that's a decade of coexistence. And what ended up with that is a lot of marriages happened in a way that is not in a Quranic, that is not in a Quranic way. And when you think about it, like, why did we not have a very hard stop on that from day one? We have some issues with charity, for example, and it has been going on also for a decade, right? We have the Quran study, the Wednesday thing. It's been happening now for probably a year. If like pattern goes, that's going to be another decade. And I don't think this is what God wants. Believers are bricks in one wall. So that's basically was the essence of my comment.
Thank you, Kareem, for clarifying. I will come to you, Bahram. So just please put your hands up. Once again, we are going to keep the timer at 3 minutes, because we are going to try and stick as much to the schedule as possible so that you can have some time to talk to each other and get some rest, inshallah. Please, before we do go ahead, Faranji has misplaced a bag. It's a tote bag. Oh, did you find it, Fareshte? Oh, she's got it. Fareshta's got it for you. Yeah. No, you haven't got it. You have got it. No. Okay. So a tote bag, the bags that we were given by God's leave. There's a tote bag is missing, and it has a green bag inside. So just please, if you see any of the tote bags, have a look. There's a green bag inside. It's not yours. Please bring it to Faranji Jan. Thank you very much. God bless you. Okay. Back to you, Bahram. 3-minute timer, Bahram, and then Amir. If anyone wants to talk, please put your hand up, wave at me, ensure I can see you, and then my adopted son here will bring you the mic. Thank you.
Karim, thank you for the clarification. One point I would say, if anyone looks up to anybody else as a source of guidance, that's idol worship. And a size of a masjid does not mean is more righteousness. If it was about the numbers, the Catholics won. So it's not about numbers, it's about righteousness of the attendees of the masjid or as a group. The topic I wanted to bring up had to do with calculation of the afternoon prayer. We run the namaz.com and contactprayers.com. And the engine we were using to calculate was getting blocked by some antivirus sites, so we need to rewrite the code. And then I started wondering, how is this afternoon calculation done? And then I looked, and it's a weird mathematical formula that calculates Asr, prayer time. And then I said, okay, let's look and see what Rashad said. And if you look in the video, he says the afternoon prayer can be observed during 3 to 4 hours preceding sunset, based on 2:38. Then, if you go to the submission.nu, which is one of your sites, there's an item there. It says the afternoon prayer is in 2:38, midway between noon and sunset. So when I went and ran the engine, I checked with Rod, and I said, do you use, if you go to Masjid Tucson's website and you look at how they calculate, they'll say that there are two classes of beliefs that Muslims use to come up with the afternoon prayer time, and they follow this thing. And I send the image of that formula to Rod, and I said, is this how you calculate? He said, yeah, it looks like that's the one. So this is not consistent. If you run it the two ways, it can be off like half an hour or something, depending on when it is. And my personal conclusion up to now has been not to wait to the last minute of that calculation to do Asr. I'm not making any proclamation or anything what people should do. I'm really interested to see if anybody has any further information on how this came about, and basically that's the idea. So now if you go to namaz.com or contact prayers, I call it astronomical times for matches. The afternoon does not match, but I don't call it the afternoon prayer. I say midway point. So interested info if you have it.
Thank you. God bless you. So it's Amir, Shabnam, and then we're back to Kareem, inshallah. Anyone else? If you want to go after Shabnam? Yep, no problem. So Shabnam, please go ahead. Inshallah. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Bahram Khan. Yeah. Bahram Khan, no worries. I completely agree with you. We cannot look up to one person or one community, as our source of guidance or our leadership, marjai taqlid, like they say. We can't do that, because if we do that, then we're committing idol worship. However, we have to also be careful what we say. We have to, we pray to God. God says, utter the correct utterances. God will then fix our works, right? So that's upon every individual. They have that responsibility to utter the correct utterances. And every individual also has the responsibility to not blindly follow. If we're constantly in agreement with someone, we're committing idol worship. Also, if we're constantly in disagreement with someone, we could be committing idol worship too, because if any of these constant agreements and constant disagreements are based on ego, okay, then we are committing idol worship. And we have to be very, very careful about that, not to blindly follow each other, not to blindly disagree with each other. So that's something that I agree with. And then there was something else I wanted to, there, however, was a statement that was made, and that was that if it wasn't for 3 people, the Masjid of San Jose would have been just like Tucson. So there was, even though they said by God's leave, they did say that, okay? And they have not taken that back. So I think that that was a very wrong statement, arrogant statement. That means that basically they're the saviors of Masjid San Jose. And I disagree with that. So I think that that statement needs to be revisited and cleared. Thank you.
Thank you. Amir, are you ready? Yeah, inshallah. Okay, Azan. Thank you.
Start right now. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so Baram, I've thought about that too before. I'm right here. Yes. Okay. So I've thought about that too before, and I'm familiar with both methods. It's I don't remember the exact specifics, but I remember it's based on the shadow, depending on the angle of the sun or something. What I don't remember is it because in the Quran is chapter 2 verse 238, right? God calls Asr the middle prayer, right? So I've thought about this before. Is the time between when the sun is at the highest point and sunset. That time between that will be the middle, right? Now, those methods of computation, I don't know if it's before or after, but I think they do overlap with the middle prayer. So I don't see a problem with either method, just based on the little bit that I've known about the God's description of what the Asr prayer is and the way that it's traditional practice. And I believe someone like Rod's app, if I remember correctly, Rod, correct me if I'm wrong on Discord if you're not here, that it was verified with the timestamps that during the Masjid Covenant they had published which method it was which method was used, and then we started using that same method to compute the Asr prayer time. So this is what I know. Okay, that's all I know. I'll pause right there. Okay, and then regarding the other topic, so I don't think the size of the community should matter in determining if you need additional Quran studies, as long as you're not at a point where you're overflowing. The reason I think this is a good discussion for especially folks from Virginia and other New York and other communities who are here to participate, I am interested in the unification of these understandings, because if we decide to have, let's say, for example, if our community decides to have like 4 Quran studies per week, I'm going to tell you it's going to be very difficult for me to attend all 4. Then I'm concerned if I'm observing God's commandments or not. Is that correct or not? Or should there be some criteria that is clear in the Quran, in which case it makes it clear for us to have additional Quran studies or not? It doesn't matter to me whether we have 10 Quran studies per week or 1 per week at this point, as long as we come to the correct unified understanding. That's what I'm personally interested in. But I do want to say where my kind of inclination is at this point. My inclination is that if we have too many Quran studies and it's difficult for me to come to all of them, I feel like I would not be observing the commandments in the way that it's written in the Quran and it's clear. I don't want to sit down and think about what 1828 exactly means. 1828 to me is clear. It's like I have to attend the group Quran studies to the best of my abilities. But if you have too many of them, it becomes impossible for me. So anyways, I would like more participants to hear more opinions on this or more views.
Thank you, Amir. Kareem?
I wanted to say, I think we follow the Karachi way. I don't know, I don't remember why, but I know that we do. I think the main difference is when it calculates Fajr prayer. So the earliest Fajr is the Karachi way. And, it's not? So the closest, like the one that we use in the app, is the Karachi way. That's what I always, I think I asked Solomon or someone, and he said that this is the way that they use it. Okay. But I think it is very important because I think the message talks about they don't fast the right way or something like this. So when I'm in Egypt, no, but when I'm in Egypt, the Fajr is like few minutes after I start my Fajr. So people keep eating, basically. Yeah. I wanted to also make another comment. So because like we comment in this like conference to kind of align beliefs, so I also wanted to kind of see how everyone, because we talked about the Quran study thing, and I want to talk about it also in a little bit, but I wanted to see like how everyone is seeing the other major two topics, because we've been talking about it for few conferences, which one was marriage is like at that point we're all on the same page, because again, it's been a very long time, and we just want to know like how everyone's seeing the Quranic way of marriage. And then the other thing is the idea of the charity, right? Like that, can the receiver of the charity be anonymous, and we don't know who the charity is going to? Because again, those are two major practices in our religion, and I think the point of the conference is that we align on them, and I didn't see any of the speeches talking about those two things. And then on the Quran study, I think I agree with Amir. This is not only for San Jose. It's a religious topic for all of us, because I think, and Ali, I'm happy that you're here. I think there is, we extended the definition of a believer affair. What was it the messenger used? Believer affair, right, or something like that. Believer affairs, like that every charity event now is a believer affair that applies to this, or that every gathering applies to this. I think this is extending the verse to a place where the verse does not belong, and I think that is also like something that is important for all of us to align on. It's like what does this verse entail and what does not entail. I don't think it has to do with Wednesday study only, because according to that understanding, then on Sunday when the masjid is doing charity, I have to go. And if I don't go, then I'm not following this, which I don't see it this way. And I also don't see that the verse is lenient, where it's like, it's up to you how you. I don't see it like dress code, for example, kind of a verse. I see it as a straightforward verse that we all should apply. And the reason I think so is because it's a believer affair. So it means we all have to apply it the same way, versus like dress code is something you do it for yourself, right?
Thank you, Kareem. Next is Ashkan.
Okay.
Thank you.
So there's a couple of comments that were made that I think I personally don't agree with, and I can explain why. So I think one comment had to do with if you consistently agree with one person, you're committing idol worship. And
Ashkan, can you put the mic closer? Thank you.
the comment that was said that if you consistently agree with someone, you're committing idol worship, and which means that you have to, in some instances, disagree with them. But we learned that there's a condition that if, for example, someone utters the word of God and they follow the word of God, technically we have to, agree with that. Whether it's consistent or not, it doesn't matter. I think the source, because the source is the Quran and the word of God, if someone happens to, for instance, has, to have the correct understanding and following the word of God, there's no sin being committed. About following someone blindly, of course, you can fall into the trap eventually if the person utters other than the word of God. Then that becomes idolatry to a point where you set up that person as a god besides God. And I think even in the Quran, the footnote explains that about Pope or whoever, if they preach other than the word of God and you happen to follow that, then you're setting that person up as another source besides God. So I just want to make that correction too. And then about the statement, I don't know why that came up about, that someone said that if it wasn't because of, X, Y, and Z, we would become like Master Tucson. I mean, I think it's, we're kind of going to the extreme with that example. It's maybe I can kind of frame it in a way, like, for instance, God sent a messenger, a purifying messenger that came and by God's leave showed, proof and guidance, because everybody was in the dark, and it was the perfect timing for a another messenger to come and purify the message. So that statement by itself, I don't think there's a problem with that. Because we understand that God will also guide us through each other, and that's a fact. So we have to take that into account. About the understanding, I think for the Quran study, I think it boils down to two different understandings. Because Bahram kind of made it sound like that it's just like a disagreement on a personal level, but I think it has to do with having two different beliefs regarding 1828. There's one belief that says we can have optional believer events, that it's not required for us to force ourselves. That's one understanding. The other understanding is that these are mandatory. So if there are, for example, believing events, we have to attend them because of 1828. So at the end of the day, I think it has to do with having completely two different understandings, whether these are mandatory or not mandatory. Not mandatory means they're optional. You can have as many as you want, and it's not an option. So
Thank you,
just wanted to
Ashkan.
point that out.
Thank you. Okay, just before we move on to Mirwaz, just an announcement. We will be having all the prayers from now on in this room. So night prayer, inshallah, Fajr, because I look forward to seeing you all there. And of course, Duhur as well. So all prayers will be held in this room. So we've got Mirwaz, and then it's Serena, who? Ali, Reza, Shabnam, and then Payam. Yep, thank you.
I'm
Mirwaz,
only
go
going
ahead.
to comment on this because it was brought up. I'm only going to comment on this because it was brought up.
Please
Like,
put
this is-
the, please
like,
put
this
the
has
mic
been-
closer. Just keep it really
Like
close.
this has been clarified multiple times now. When Q said if it wasn't for these three people, we would have been like Margette Tucson, that's taken out of context. What happened was there was a study going to take place for the math miracle without consultation, a unanimous consultation with the community. And they said, we're going to do this anyways. And Q was sitting next to Ali, if I remember correctly, and they said, there's nothing we can do about it. And then that night, Nathan Gaudreau said, let's go to after party. And that's when we discussed as a community that this is not the right thing to do because we'd be violating the unanimous consensus thing. It wasn't because if it was for these three people, we would have been just like Tucson. That's taken out of context. These things don't help us. We don't want no one doing this to us or taking anything that we say out of context. And besides, it's been clarified multiple times. This doesn't get us nowhere. We play this game in San Jose, is I got you so. We need to stop playing this game. It's not a reality show. It's not Survivor. Who can we knock out next?
Thank you. Next is Serena. Inshallah.
I'm back here. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I also wanted to comment on the Quran study topic. The way I see it, there are some solutions. One is we continue the Wednesday study as it is. 2 is we change the timing of it. Or 3, we cancel it. But whatever solution it is, we should decide based on unanimous consensus. Based on what we think is the best for this community, not based on our personal preference or what works for us. So we should first decide Quranically, and then we will plan our life around whatever is decided upon, just like we do for the other Quran studies, or whatever. We plan our life around our Friday prayer and whatever Quran studies we have. That's what we'll do, right? I also agree with Bahram Aga. The community in San Jose, we're just having disagreement after disagreement, and without any topic actually coming to any resolution or conclusion. And we're not going to be united until we get to the root of this, which is one, we are being argumentative over every single topic. And then also maybe we're getting into too much details, like the children of Israel with the example of the heifer, and like adding in more details than there should be. So I don't know that we're going to be able to fix or even like unite on any single topic until we actually fix these Quranic issues, these other Quranic issues that we're having, because these are what are leading us to like have back-to-back just bickering, disagreement, and like not actually being able to sit down and unify before moving on to another topic.
Thank you, Serena. Next is Ali Raza.
Assalamu alaikum. I wanted to comment on the Quran study topic. I think there are some differences in understanding, but I think there's like 3 subjects or topics that are actually being discussed, and I see them being mixed together. The first thing is that I believe that we should not have community-wide studies that are so frequent that we start to fracture our attendance. I think that that's a matter of common sense. I think if you, the example was given that if we have a Quran study every night, very few people will attend every night. What will end up happening is that I will go on Monday and Tuesday, you will go on Wednesday and Thursday, etc. And this will kind of fracture the unity of the group. So I see that falls under the umbrella of being united, that we use our logic and common sense to have a reasonable number of studies, 1 or 2 a week. That's my opinion. Now, at the same time, I do believe that 1828 is a general commandment. And I asked myself, if there's 2 studies per week that are community-wide studies, and I don't go to them, or I go occasionally, I go to one, I don't go to the other, what would happen to our community if everyone did that? I think what would happen is that it wouldn't be good. I mean, there would just be a lot of, kind of like the attendance would not be good, the people would be coming and going, the unity would not be good. Now, I say that, but there's this other problem I have with the way 1828 is being interpreted. I wanted to address Kareem about this because I've brought it up multiple times. The "you shall" in 1828, I see it as a general commandment to force yourself to be with the believers. I think it includes being a good citizen, being a united member of the community, which means you attend all of the community-wide events. But I do not believe that that is an event-specific commandment. And I'll give you the example why I say that's different. I had personally a relative who came from out of state to come and visit, and they were in town for 1 night. It happened to fall on a Thursday, okay? I knew that I would not see this person again maybe for a very long time, and my mother wanted us to go and eat dinner. We decided to go on that Thursday, and we skipped the Quran study that day. I don't think I'm turning my eyes away from the believers to do that once in a blue moon situation, which is very rare, and I'm still frequenting, I'm still going to all of the Quranic studies. It's a rare thing. But I would not apply that same logic to the Friday prayer. That's an event-specific commandment. I don't care if that relative is coming once every 5 years. I'm not missing my Friday prayer. So I see that the "you shall" in 1828 is different from the "you shall" in 62:9. But I do think that you can say generally we should make our best effort to be present. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kareem. Inshallah.
Yeah. So there's a few things in this. The first is, I think "you shall" is "you shall" all across the Quran, and it basically means it's a commandment. And I still don't understand why Friday prayer was dragged into this discussion. Like, and again, Ali, like, those are the things that I feel kind of confuse the topic. It's like comparing apples to oranges. It's like, why are we not talking about contact prayers too? The word "you shall" was used for contact prayers too. Right? "You shall" is "you shall," Friday prayer is Friday prayer. The topic that we're talking about it, so that we don't get confused, is restricted to one main specific topic, which is Quran study groups. When we bring in the Friday prayer and the other stuff, I feel like the conversation becomes harder to navigate. So my very straightforward question, if someone consistently on Wednesday does not have a job, like I personally don't have a job right now, right? And every single Wednesday, I don't have a job, I'm jobless. Every Wednesday, right, I'm at home and I can attend the Wednesday study, but I'm not attending it. Am I breaking 1828 or not breaking 1828? And then also, yeah. So before I say this again, sorry, and I just want to be clear. I don't think that 1828 is event specific. The messenger has clarified that. I don't think I've ever hinted or anyone hinted towards this. But my question is more pointed. Someone does not have a job on Wednesday, right? Like they are free at 10 o'clock every Wednesday, but they do not attend the Wednesday study. Are they breaking 1828 or not breaking 1828, right? I think they absolutely are breaking 1828. And I think this is where the difference is. So the difference is not about whether it's event specific or whether it's Friday prayer or not. The difference is if someone is able to make it to a believer event that is within his 15 miles radius, it's his own community, and they choose not to do it on a consistent basis, then they're essentially breaking 1828. So that makes me have a say. Like, I don't want to break 1828, and I think it's very inconvenient to do it 3 times a week. So it gives me a say to say, I object for Wednesday. And I think this extends to this conference. So we right now, I think this is one of the least attendance conferences that we probably had for a long time. If someone can afford coming to the conference right now, and they choose not to come to the conference, are they breaking 1828 or not? Based on this understanding that you're basically talking about, it's not. And I think it is. So I think the difference is not whether it's event specific, whether it's Friday prayer, and I would just appreciate if we focus only on that one point. If you can attend a believer affair and you choose to consistently not to attend it, are you breaking 1828? And the idea when you say, no, it's a more flexible thing, I think the outcome of that would be something like the conference we have or the Quran studies we have on Wednesday. 1828 is whenever we as a group agree, like this conference, we all agreed on a day, on a date. If I can afford to come here and I choose not to come here, I'm breaking 1828. A Quran study group that we have on Sunday or Thursday, we agree on the time and the location for it. If I don't attend, I'm breaking 1828. There's no, yeah, but I'm just asking you, if someone doesn't attend Wednesday consistently and they can, you said, no, it's okay. Great, so that's what you're saying. So those things, the things that we are talking about here, huh? Yeah, I think those things do not exist in the Quran. We came up with words like main study and not main study. We came up with words you can, as long as you attend once a week, then you're good. Those things are not in the Quran, so we should reject them. And that's what I meant earlier. There is a Satan point of view and a God's point of view, and anything that is not in the Quran is not from God. There is no such a thing like a main study and a main conference and not a main conference. And sorry, this was my last point. We had, I think, the example of people who wanted to have more than one conference a year, a main conference and a small or mini conferences. Those things, I think, are not correct. They divide us by nature.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kareem. So next we are going to move to Shabnam, but before Shabnam comments, I just want to reiterate what I said before we broke off, which was about this Quran study. And it goes back, and it seems that you're all kind of now discussing that same point. You need to come to the understanding of what 1828 means. I'm actually quite on the page that if it says you shall, you shall. And then I'm also in the understanding that if you do have so many studies, then you are going to create a hardship on yourself. So, and then there's also the discussion point that was that there's a difference between Quran study groups and then there are Quran studies. So, you know, for me, like, because I'm just going to say MC privilege, if you have a masjid, and God willing, all communities around the world will have a masjid, it's there to be frequented, it's there to be used. So I would ask, what would you be using this masjid for other than Friday prayers and then maybe your 1 or 2 Quran studies? So would it really be an issue if people want to go and study the Quran in the masjid as smaller groups, as long as that you had your unified studies, which keeps everyone on the same page, which I kind of see that you have. So again, I do believe this is not a topic, a question about Quran study per se on a Wednesday. It's more getting that unified understanding of what the Quranic language is saying when it is using 1828. So I do want to just state that we did say we were changing the topic. We didn't want to stay on the Quran study topic. So I would say that let's just generalize it to what your understanding of 1828 is, if you want to kind of stay in this kind of topic, because I think that makes more sense than it being about Wednesday or Saturday or Sunday or Thursday or any other day, inshallah. Next hands up, we got Azan, Natasha and Aaron, inshallah. Shabnam, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so Ashkan Noruzi, I'm sure you don't believe people are perfect, right? You believe nobody's perfect, right? You don't believe that? You do believe that, right? Nobody's perfect. Okay, so if nobody's perfect and we consistently agree with someone, all right, we are committing idol worship because nobody's perfect. That people can make mistakes, but if you disregard the mistake and you consistently agree with someone or someone's, then you're committing idol worship. And on the flip side, if you're consistently disagreeing with someone or someone's, you're still committing idol worship. But I did also say that if it's ego-based, okay? So if it is ego-based, you're consistently agreeing with someone or consistently disagreeing with someone, you are committing idol worship, any one of us, all right? Because as we all agree, nobody's perfect. So at some point, somebody's bound to make a mistake, unfortunately. And if you still agree with that person who is making a mistake just because it came from someone you prefer, okay, then you're committing idol worship. I mean, there's no other way around that. Then I also saw, and the reason why Masjid Mirwais Jan, the reason why Masjid Tucson was brought up was because the reason why I talked about it was because it was brought up as a question or comment as a comparison to Masjid San Jose, okay? And the discussion that you are referring to, there are two different discussions. One was about consultation, which the credit was given to Arash and Nathan Guadro. The other one was a private meeting, okay, on a Wednesday, January 21st, and I wrote that down, that it was said if it wasn't for Q, ironically, Ashkan Noruzi and Karim, then Masjid San Jose would be like Tucson, okay? So, and this is something that no, hold on a second, this is something that Q confirmed, okay? So they're different, and he did say by God's leave. Okay, I remember Q saying but I said by God's leave, but I said by God's leave. So no, it was not clarified. I'm sorry. No, Mirwais Jan, it was not clarified. It was not taken back. The statement still stands, and it's a wrong statement. I'm sorry? I understand. I'm just saying that this is why it was brought up. I understand that you don't like this comment, but I'm just saying this is something that it was brought up. The reason why it's brought up is so that we can clear things, because the comparison was brought up. If the comparison is brought up and this still stands, this issue where we think that there is some kind of credit to some people for protecting Masjid San Jose from becoming like Tucson, then this is a problem, okay? That's... No, hold on a second. See, he says by God's leave. So why not say if it wasn't for God? Why did you say if it wasn't for yourself? Why didn't you say if it wasn't for yourself, Ashkan Noruzi, who ironically defended this?
Okay. So Shabnam John and Kumas John, we can do that privately, but for now we're moving on. It's Payam. Where's Payam? Payam, where are you?
I'm back here. All right, I'm gonna make you guys turn around a little bit. So I wanted to. So yesterday you guys had like a 5-hour discussion about this. I want to go on off of what Hanan just said, which is give an actual understanding of this verse for 1828 specifically. I think Kareem Galil, you may have misunderstood what Ali Jazz said. Ali Jazz. Jess. So if I understood you correctly, the you shall you're saying is different isn't the word you shall. It's what comes after you shall. The commandment is different, okay, is what you were trying to say. The commandment for Friday prayer, the reason why it was brought up, Karim Galil, is because drop all business is for Friday prayer. We're treating 1828's force yourself as drop all business. And this is where I believe there is a lot of problems. Because if the commandment is the same as Friday prayer, drop all business, and force yourself are synonymous with each other, then essentially missing a... No. I'm saying the arguments that are being made. For example, if you miss a Quran study, it is a sin when you have 3 Quran studies a week and you're frequenting God's masjid and you're still not deserting the masjid and you're making God's commandments, you're making God a priority, but you can't make a Quran study, and you believe it's a sin if you miss a Quran study the community has put together, then that is because you believe that you have to drop all business in order to attend the Quran study. Otherwise, it's not a sin to miss a Quran study, right? So the reality is that if we look at these verses properly in the light of the Quran, force yourself has a meaning to it. Force yourself does not mean drop everything. Force yourself means make it your priority, okay? If you cannot do it in that scenario, it is a missed opportunity. It isn't a gross sin, okay? And this is where I think it's super key. We're looking at this as a frequency in 1828. The Messenger of the Covenant had 1 Quran study a week. If you didn't prioritize that 1 Quran study, you are not frequenting God's masjid. It's a sin in that scenario. So I just want to make it clear, right, is that our community has, over the years, grown. We had 1 Quran study every 2 weeks. We had 1 Quran study a week. We then added another Quran study because of our numbers, and we wanted to have more studies. And by necessity, we had a lot of pregnant ladies, and then we had a Wednesday study. What we're saying right now is that missing one of these Quran studies is sinful. And I think that needs to be addressed. If missing a Quran study is sinful, I want to know where the verse is that says that. If you're frequenting God's masjid, you're going at least once a week, you're attending with the submitters, you're not exclusively choosing one study over the other, but you're making God your priority, okay? So, yeah.
Thank you. Next is Wamid. Q, do you want to go on the list?
I'm next?
Inshallah.
Okay. Is it good? Got you, bro. Karim, to your question, you said what you shall means. I agree with you. I see you
Wamid,
shall.
put the
I
mic.
see you shall means like you shall in 1828. I don't see it like means like you can do it or you cannot. But that being said, I think when Ali when he was bringing the Friday prayer, this goes to actually your comment today when I told you what I think about when you said Satan will come to you from the right and you can have 10 Quran studies. Your response to what I said was basically, like how people add this to the Shahada and all that. And this is an interesting, actually, how we are discussing this. What you said is true, but you are basically, to me, you are comparing apples to oranges. Because Quran study is not like structured commandment. It's not like Friday prayer. It's very structured in terms of time, in terms of how many units, in terms of like where and with whom you congregate, all that. But Quran study, it's not. So when you have another Quran study, you're not adding to the Friday prayer or to any contact prayer. So basically, like what you said today in response to that, what I think is still like that's wrong. So going back to what I said, I agree with you. You shall means you shall. I see that like for example, Sunday study and Thursday study is the prayers that I prioritize and I have to go. The same way how I think Payam explained what does it mean to force yourself. The way I see forcing myself is to prioritize this event. Wednesday study, it has never been the same. If you guys have been said or insinuated that Wednesday is the same as Thursday and Sunday, um, I urge you to take that back, because this is, with all due respect, you are misrepresenting what the community has agreed on. We have never agreed that Wednesday Quran study is the main as Thursday and Sunday. It was always as like a supplemental or ad hoc, or like just some extra study meant started for the moms and open to everyone. This is very important point, because to 1828, I don't see myself like I need to force myself to go to this study for that reason. But if I'm free, I do see myself like I have to. But I don't prioritize my schedule that I need to empty my schedule for Wednesday. But I do empty my schedule for Sunday and Thursday. And the reason why is the same for the charity. It's a community. It's the 1828 applies on the charity we do every, I think once a month, right? On Sundays, I think. Twice a month. It's the same thing. It's a community affair. It's a charity that organized by the community. It's announced, but the way it's announced, it's for those who wants to participate and they have time to do so. And that's how I always saw Wednesday Quran study. Now maybe we can talk about Wednesday Quran study if we want to change it in that regard, but it's not the same as Sunday and Thursday. So I hope that's clear. Thanks.
Thank you, Amir. So, can I just, before we continue, I know you probably all know this verse off by heart, but I don't. So I'm just going to read it out, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Quranic Study Groups, 1828. You shall force yourself to be with those who worship their Lord day and night, seeking Him alone. Do not turn your eyes away from them, seeking the vanities of this world. Nor shall you obey one whose heart we rendered oblivious to our message, one who pursues his own desires and whose priorities are confused. So I just wanted to read that out just to ensure that you have it fresh in your mind as what it says. So when you are talking about it. Eunice, inshallah, you're next. Thank you.
Salam everyone. What's up, Q? My legs are doing great. It's comfortable, I swear. I swear it's comfortable. I wouldn't do it otherwise. You know, it's interesting. I think this topic, one of the times where we have, I think in some sense we're talking about at least 3, maybe 4 different topics, and everybody's sort of emphasizing maybe a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and then there's just like chaos happening, right? One of the things, as Hanan already mentioned, is 1828, and the idea that if you miss a study, that's always a sin, right? Which is, to me, this view, like I guess a few people mentioned it. When God says you shall, that's a commandment, right? So you shall, you know, or you shall or you shall not. You shall not eat pork. You shall observe your contact prayer. Missing a contact prayer is a sin. The wording of 1828, that you shall force yourself, right, is God knowing that sometimes you need that push, right? Sometimes you're going to be busy. Sometimes you're going to be here. Sometimes you're going to be there. And that we need this push, right? And we have other explanations. Let's not just focus on 1828. We have 2:114. God says, frequent the masjid. The Messenger of the Covenant explains, there's this one study. He's in Tucson, one study, a fairly suburban, maybe a little bit urban area where travel is easy. That's like an hour-long distance, right? 50 miles or so. Go there, right? So we have a full picture, which is, hey, go to Quran study, right? Go to Quran study, frequent the masjid. That's critical. That's one thing we need to agree on, because if we cannot get over the fact that, like, no one, I truly don't believe that anybody here thinks like you genuinely committed a transgression against God's will if you miss one study, right? Like, and for any reason, and sometimes maybe you are just like dead tired that day. You choose to go to sleep, right? Did you genuinely commit a sin? I mean, we really have to examine this, because it's not a simple statement, and a lot of the core of this big argument is that. The other thing that I've that I like to talk about, and inshallah I'll just end it there after this, is when we set a precedent. Like, so now there's multiple definitions of community, unity, and a few other things that we talk about where the lines are getting blurred. It's okay, for instance, if I go to the online study of, I was just talking about this with AJ, like if you go to the online study of every community on earth and study with them every day of the week, like that's okay, right? Because that's a different community, we're saying. But this argument blurs the lines of what it even means to be a global community. We've argued with Masjid Tucson people in our Campbell, a lot of people who have turned out to be hypocrites. We've argued with them for year in, year out. Hey, like standing next to each other. Even Kareem said this, right? Those people stand next to each other. One believes in perfect happiness, the other one doesn't. Yet they're not united. They're in the same room. So being in the same location means nothing. We know unity is global. So there's a lot of inconsistency in the argument that, like, hey, we have to basically if everybody doesn't agree, and you don't do a private study because that's also kind of bad because you don't want to be exclusive, and you can't do anything unless everybody agrees in the masjid. So but that's okay if you go to another community study. We're creating a lot of rules inadvertently. I don't think anybody's saying this genuinely, not malicious, and it makes a lot of sense to not have people throw out exaggerated numbers. 10 studies in your community. No one has 10 studies in their community. Far cry from 10. but I'll end it. Here's the bottom line is we're at a position where the outcome may be good. I genuinely agree. Like, I agree with Q when he says, like, what, this too many studies, it's not logistically doesn't make sense. But the arguments we're using to get there, we're creating a lot of rules that we're not considering carefully. So let's consider the whole Quran and not talk past each other and genuinely consider these points, inshallah.
Thank you, Yunus. Natasha, thank you.
Salam alaikum. I think that there are people who genuinely think that you're committing a sin if you miss a Quran study. No, yeah, like, so, and actually it's funny, the example that you gave, that's actually how I look at the verse, which I'm so glad that you read about forcing. That's actually like when I get off work at 6:30, I work 10-hour days, masjid starts at 7, and that's what I'm like, man, I would rather just go to sleep, like just go home, take a nap for a minute, and then go on with the rest of my night. But I'm like, no, like work was so draining. No, I need to force myself to go to masjid. That's how I look at that verse. And then every time I go to masjid, you feel so good. You're like, oh, like, praise God. Like, you got to grow your soul. Like, you feel energized. Like, man, I'm thank you, God. I'm so glad I was able to go. That's what I think force yourself means. It means it's something that's against your will, right? So I don't know where we get this interpretation that force yourself means 24/7. I feel like that's what people are saying. There's no number on how many times you have to force yourself to be with the believers. And we're the ones that are putting the numbers on there. If you're frequenting the masjid and you're forcing yourself to be with the believers, then if you go to 2 or if you go to 1 or if you go to 3, you're forcing yourself, you're getting the commandment done. So I guess I would like to know where people, if that disagree, where do you come up with this understanding that force yourself to be with the believers means every single time that there's, an event, or, there's not an event, there's a Quran study. Let's say we had one every single day of the week at different masjids. Why does everyone think that you have to go to every single one? That's my comment, because I don't want us to get to this point where there are people who it's like, okay, you wake up, you have to live your life also. God tells us we can enjoy this life, right? Solomon became preoccupied with his horses, but he did have them, right? He just forgot his prayer. So we have to just, as long as God is our focus and our priority, we're allowed to go to the beach. We're allowed to go to the concert, to the movies, to the sporting events, as long as it doesn't take priority over God. So I just don't want it to be like, hey, Wami, you're such a good submitter because from 5 a.m. in the morning until 10 p.m. at night, all you did was Quran study, meditation, listen to audios. You left Nushin, the baby, she's taking care of everything. You're not doing none of that. Does that make sense? That's not what I meant.
Thank you, Natasha. Next is Aaron Sherman. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Natasha, yeah, I think Natasha has said a lot of what I wanted to say. So, but since Hanan says let's focus on 1828, I want to talk about that because the messenger talks about picnics being part of 1828. Okay, and he also mentions, because I think Q just played it. He played it where it says it's the believers' activities, right? He says we attend the believers' activities. Is that what he said? That's what I remember. Yeah, the activities of the believers. Okay. So the reason I agree with Natasha is because the believers' activities that we have in San Jose, of course, among Quran studies, we have the picnic, we have zikr, and I said it last night, we have charity work, and of course, conferences are believers, an activity of the believers. So, and I think that, you know, the messenger talks about the activities of the believers. So now we have to apparently we're now have to figure out what a believer's activity is, because apparently charity work, I think UK does charity work. Am I wrong? Okay. Would you consider that an activity of the believers? I mean, do you guys attend? Do you do charity work? Okay. A group of believers decided
Okay,
to get
so we
together.
can't hear what
Okay.
Adam's saying,
Okay.
so let's just
So, no, I was
side
just
chatter,
asking.
please.
I was just asking a question about is charity work a believer's activity? You see my point? We have to define it now. It's like the messenger says this, and now we're heiferizing it. You know, we're heiferizing it. We're saying, oh, is this? Wait, is a picnic is a believer's activity, but zikr isn't. You know, the Quran study is, but charity work is not. I mean, where do we come up with this stuff? It's not in the verse. It's not in the verse. When it says believers' activity or the activity of the believers, that's a point where the people, there's believers, we're at the masjid or not at the masjid, a picnic. But the point is, like Natasha said, is we have to make being with the believers, with our real family, a priority. That's what we do. Sometimes we don't make it because, you know, there's a lot of events in San Jose going on. And according to a lot of people I'm hearing is that if we don't, we're breaking this commandment. So all the people who are not at this conference are breaking this commandment. All the people who aren't at Zik once a month on Saturday are breaking this commandment. All the people who don't come to charity, okay, are breaking this commandment. So we have to find a balance here. We have to figure this out, because otherwise, according to some people, we're breaking this commandment, and I don't think so. I don't agree with that.
Thank you, Aaron. So just a little summary again, because I'm going to just do MC privileges. So basically what I'm hearing again is that obviously with 1828 it says you shall, and I believe that we're all on the understanding that when God says you shall, it is a commandment. Yeah. Force yourself is different, but you shall is a commandment throughout the Quran. It doesn't change when it's not subject to which verse it is or what it's referring to. You shall means you shall. So again, going back to what I'm hearing is that obviously you have community events, you have Quran studies, you have charity, and everything as a community we should be forcing ourselves to do for the sake of God, not for the sake of each other. So why is it that this conversation is not just about giving reminders? Because as most of you will know, if you hear me talking online, we are all on our own journey. We're all at different points of our journey. For some, 1828 will mean if I miss something, I'm sinning, I don't want to be there. For someone else, it might mean differently that, I'd love to be there, but I've got other things going on. But it shouldn't, and it doesn't make sense that it would mean the same for everyone, because that would mean we're all on the same part of our submission journey, and we're not. We get there eventually. The point is that we eventually will get there. But these discussions, should be happening, and in a maybe more enlightenment way from my experience, rather from me kind of, telling you. It should be from a reminder perspective, because I love you and I care about you, rather than, you're sinning. Or, the language, and I think this was mentioned even throughout the day, it's the language that we use with each other. It's a commandment from God. It says you shall. But I think the language is where the issue is. It's just that we're giving reminders, but maybe we're not doing it in the right way. So maybe just thinking about that moving forward. Next on the list is Mahzad, inshallah. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Do you have my voice? Yeah. Hannah June, thank you. I want to mention that one too. But first of all, I hear the problems about a few months, but I just hear from Discord or other community. So I was not witness what is in between those two groups, because most of the problems between those two groups. But I was witness last night and tonight. We ask the question, we want to solve the problem, but we don't listen to each other. Even we have body language to each other, like this. I was witness. So, as you said, to be honest, do you love each other? Do you like each other? Do you see as a family each other? Be honest with yourself. If you make your mind, you cannot hear, so you cannot solve the problem. I think problem is this, because many times you pushing the problem in the rock, I think, under the rock, the other problem comes because your heart is not together. That's, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. God guide me. Thank you.
MashaAllah, great comment. And let's all take heed of that when we're talking and listening to each other, inshallah. Next on the list is Kareem. Inshallah, thank you.
So I wanted to understand a clarifying question, because I think I want to ask Payam and Aaron and others, because I'm not sure if I fully understand the point. So and even Natasha also, I have the same question for you. So if someone can afford coming to the conference, right? I understand that 1828 is not exclusive to Quran studies. So conference is a believer activity, right? Like we all had unanimous consensus on it and all of it. So someone can afford to come here, right? God does not burden a soul beyond its means. So if someone have the money to come here and have the time to come here, like they don't have they don't have work, they have the money, and they don't come here, is it a sin or not a sin? And it has to be a binary answer for that, right? So is it a sin or it's not a sin? Because if you say it is not a sin, then I want to understand how you see 1828. Because 1828 is a commandment. It says you shall. So now I'm breaking a commandment. And that's the same question I have for Ali. I have for all the people who are basically talking about like that 1828 is not as strict. I want to understand, how do you guys see it? If I can afford coming and I don't come to the conference. I personally did this 2 years ago and I got hit so bad for that, because I could afford it. I had the time and I didn't come. Now, Wednesday study, that's another example. So let's say, I'm not talking about missing a study in a week. That's not what I'm talking about. But if you have every single Wednesday the ability to come to the Wednesday study, and you do not come to the Wednesday study, are you breaking a commandment or you're not breaking a commandment? I think the way this is portrayed, Payam, is not accurate. I don't think any of us is saying drop all business. Like if you have a doctor shift, you leave that shift and you run to the Quran study. That's putting words in our mouth in some fashion. My question is more about every single Wednesday, you have the ability to go and you choose not to go. You have the time, you're not working, and you have a car, and the masjid is like 10 minutes away from you. Is it a sin or it's not a sin? And if you guys say it is not a sin, then I want to understand how you see 1828 then. Then what's the commandment in 1828? Because then the way it carries to me is 1828 is as long as you desire. It's like when you feel comfortable, like the example that Yunus gave. If I'm sitting at home and I'm watching Netflix and I'm not going to the Quran study, I'm absolutely sinning. That's how I see it. I cannot look at it and say, I went to the Quran study every single time in the last month. I got an exception today. I don't see it this way. It's a commandment. As long as you can fulfill it, you have to fulfill it, right? And if you, like, I just want to understand, is it a sin or is it not a sin? If you guys can answer me that question.
Is it my turn? Or is it not my turn?
Thank you. So just to let you know the list, so we have Kumas is next, and we have Shabnam, Amir, Shireen, Delilah, and possibly Omid, and then that will be it. So no more. Thank you. So Kumas.
It is a sin. We have to be, we cannot be inconsistent, right? And God says, I will overlook many of your sins, right? So thank God you got hit for it, because God wanted to get your attention. Hey, you have no excuse. You got to go to, because this is a thing that I think we cannot blur the lines and say and it is not a sin. It is a sin because if your priorities are confused, if you're not seeking God's kingship over you, you're seeking something else. You're seeking the vanities of this world. This is the reverse order, and this is a sin. And obviously, God will give you time. God will overlook some of your sins. God will give you time, and in time, you learn from your mistakes, and you realize that this is an important commandment, and I need to do it for my soul. So you will do it. Now, Mahzad Khanum, the love that you're talking about, it happens organically, okay? The reason we are brothers and sisters, I've said this a few times, is because we have one common goal, to worship God alone. If you take that out of the equation, the love is gone, okay? You agree on that? Yeah. If someone comes and says, Jesus, I love Jesus, and I'm giving an exaggerated example, you're not going to love that person because they're blaspheming against God. They're saying something against God. God didn't have a son. So you're not going to love that person, no matter how nice that person is. So now, in our case, if we are worshiping God alone, we love each other because our goal is one and the same. But if I start worshiping my ego, and I'm an idol worshiper, right? Then I'm not your brother, okay? By default, I'm not your brother, and I am not going to be, loved by you. And you shouldn't love me because if I insist on it, if you see me and you love me, you say, hey, Q, you're worshiping your ego, you better stop, or else something will happen. And then let's say you keep telling me, like Rashad told Adib, and he continued and he fell off the path, right? Is Adib with us now? No, he's not. He doesn't worship God. He worships his ego because he's a hypocrite, right? So this is the problem. The love will come, but after we make our goal one and the same. I think you're getting it reversed. You're saying let's love each other even though somebody is saying a blasphemy against God. So one last thing I want to say, let's focus on the main subject. Do we need a consultation to decide our Quranic study groups? And the answer was never given. Because why? Some people refuse to do that. I asked one individual who's very adamant about it. He said, no, I don't want to have it because this is convenient for me. So he is saying that I'm not going to observe one of God's commandments because this is convenient for me. What are you going to do to that person? How are you going to communicate? You're going to love that person? I don't know. I mean, that's the question.
Thank you, Kumas. Okay. Mahzad Jan, we'll just keep moving. Shabnam is next. The list is closed. I don't care if you're from the UK, Adam. It's tough. The list is closed because I'm sticking to the schedule. The list is, again, is closed. I'm so sorry. It's Shabnam for now. So Shabnam, please go ahead. And then, yeah, and then Amir. Amir first, and then Shabnam. Okay, inshallah. Amir, please
If
go.
there's folks from UK, if there's folks from UK that want to talk, I feel like we've talked a lot. I'd like to hear them. Can we prioritize for the UK folks? Is there one person? Is that just
Someone's welcome to give up their spot, but we're sticking to the
I
schedule.
will donate half of my time to you.
There you go. Okay, well, it's already started, so hurry up. Inshallah. Here you go, Adam.
I'll be quick, inshallah, and give you a bit of your time back. Okay. So I just think that we're going into the detail a bit too much. I think we need to just leave things as they are. You know, everybody looks at their situation. You look at the verse 18:28 and you think to yourself, am I prioritizing God's commandments? Yes or no? It's as simple as that. We look at it, we look at the opportunities that we have to grow our souls, whether it's a Quran study, whether it's a charity, whatever it might be, and we just think to ourselves, am I actually forcing myself to be with the believers, and am I actually going there? Am I frequenting those events? And if there's one or two instances where a person doesn't show up, then you know it's on that individual to make that decision and that determination as to, you know, did they do anything wrong? That's up to that person. I'm not gonna sit there and say to that person that you've done something wrong. The thing with the Wednesday study, I mean, you know, it's just a group of people getting together and they're wanting to study God's word. It's not the same as your other studies from what I can see. You have these two other studies during the week that have been agreed upon, and you know, everybody knows. The other one was just extra bit of striving. That's how I've seen it. But if you wanna end up, I wouldn't turn around to someone and say you've got to come. Like, why you're not coming? And that's up to the individuals to make that decision. You know, that's up to each and one of us to look at our circumstances, look at our week, and think to ourselves, am I prioritizing God? And I leave it as that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Can I just point out, because I am me and I do these things, so it was requested that we hear from another community. So someone from the UK community spoke, and I saw 12 people just having a chat. Or, you know, obviously I don't know what you were talking about, but you were talking. So you obviously didn't hear the whole point. So let's just be mindful of that. You know, you're asking to hear from other communities, yet you're actually not listening, and that's not really kind. So Amir, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, inshallah. You have a mic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'll pace through this quickly, God willing. All right, the subtitle of 1828 says Quranic study groups. Okay, that's the main event that 1828 is talking about, based on the subtitle. I know it's been used in different various examples, but I just want to kind of bring that focus back to what 1828 is. According to my understanding from this verse, yes, if I'm able and I'm choosing not to attend a Quran study, I'm not observing where the commandment, which is force yourself. Okay, so I don't know how else I can see this verse. And then we also have to take in 94:7 as well. This was mentioned earlier today. The verse where it talks about whenever possible you shall strive. You know, that obviously, you know, like conference is an example of that, and other events are example of that. But the interesting thing about 1828, because of the subtitle, that teaches me that the main event that this verse is talking about is Quranic study groups. That's the emphasis of that verse. This is why it's important to talk about that. I don't want to group it with charity and all these other things. I'm not saying it doesn't apply to those, but I'm saying that is the main event, that the Masjid Covenant put that there as authorized by God, right? But so then, like again, one thing that I still am interested to know is, forget all this personal stuff, please. You may really, really like the certain Quran study time. Maybe it's late in the evening, maybe it's early in the morning, maybe it's on a Wednesday, maybe it's on a Sunday, Saturday, whatever, right? I'm asking, like, what is the criteria? So far, the only criteria that I've come to realize may be acceptable is that there should be at least one Quran study per week that conforms to 1828 and frequenting the masjid. And also the example that's been set by God's messengers, a messenger of the covenant. And the second thing is that we shall consult, because it literally affects every single person. That's the only opportunity you have to sit down and study the Quran with the group, as Evan mentioned earlier today. So based on those two, don't we have to, isn't it an obligation then to come and sit down and talk about what times works best for everyone? That's why I'm interested to talk about that more. We have to put aside the personal stuff. Like if something was, you were in love with that time, let's talk about it. It doesn't matter, but like we should be open to talk about this instead of like making it, God forbid, personal. So that's what.
Thank you, Amir. Shabnam, inshallah. Juliet, thank you. Thank you, Juju. Okay, Shabnam, your time is starting now. Thank you.
So the consultation was when they asked that we want to have a study for the moms because the children are fresh in the morning and it's a lot easier to manage them. They're more quiet and so on and so forth. And that if there was a problem, and nobody had a problem with it. So it's been going on for 9 years and no harm has come from it at all. And here we are, we're just speculating about, okay, it can cause this, it can cause that. It's open to everyone. People can hear what is being said. It's at the masjid. People can come when they want. So it was not consulted. It was not agreed upon it to be something for the whole masjid. All right. So it wasn't something where people had to agree upon, okay, what time are we going to have it so everybody can attend? It wasn't meant for that. It's a study that is helpful towards these moms with young children. And honestly, I just can't wrap my head around the fact that why can't we be helpful? Why can't we just lower our wings for them? Okay, why can we not do that for these moms, right? The rest of us who don't have young children, are going to the Thursdays we can benefit, Sundays we can benefit. Okay, we don't have to be chasing around these kids. They're not wired out of their minds because it's close to their bedtime and they are tired or whatever. Okay, and we're equating our needs of all the single or parents who have older children. We're equating our needs, Kiyomars, I want you to listen to this. We're equating our needs, okay, that we have nothing like what they need. We're equating our needs to theirs. And to me, that's not right. So, and also online studies, do we not see the online studies as believers' activities? Why? Because all the communities did not decide to come to an agreement on what time to have it? Of course, it's a believer's activity. It's a Quran study, okay? If we can attend, then I think that, okay, forget about we. If I can attend, I should. If I am free at that time, I should attend. I should be listening, okay?
So now we've got 10 studies to...
So I think that's what we, and also please, one more thing, I want to ask a question. two things. Arbitrarily, let's not bring up consultation for everything, because otherwise we have established studies and suddenly somebody's going to come and say, I have a problem with having our studies on Sundays. We need to now sit down and come to unanimous consensus when to have it. We're just, we're just creating more problems. It's an established study. Let's leave it at that. My question is that this is a conference for submitters. I have a question. A conference for submitters. Do we all understand that it is by invitation only? Can we go ahead and invite whomever we want without invitation? Without consultation from the communities. Can we go ahead and invite whomever we want to the conferences? Is that okay? Or should we have an understanding about who should be attending these conferences? Thank you.
Thank you, Shabnam. Can we just keep Shabnam's question for when we do discuss the conference? Because I know there is a whole topic and discussion. I think that would be good, inshallah, to not digress from the conversation here today. For now, it's Shireen, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. Honestly, I think like we've had this debate or discussion about the Wednesday study going on for over a couple of months now. We're dragging it here to the conference rather than talking about important topics to unify our beliefs, like marriage, like charity, like so many other topics that we need to discuss. I am one of the people who love going to Wednesday study, morning study. And I was one of the moms who come along, and since it was 9 years ago, since my daughter was born, because it was easier for us. Thursday was crazy too late for us. Sunday was also, remember guys, when Sunday started from 7 to 9 p.m.? That's why we needed that Wednesday study. A lot of studies long ago were happening at Masjid and they had to come to an end, like the youth studies who Peter or Navid, I don't know who was hosting. So they had to come an end because we grow in our understanding. We try to accommodate one another. Some stuff happened because of the youth studies. Anyways, they had to stop. And also the youth study that happened at private houses, they had to come to a stop. I'm here saying that I think we need to listen to people who have concerns that they can't attend Wednesday study. Wednesday study is open. It's a masjid. It's open for all, but it's not accessible. It's during a work day, weekday. It's only accessible for unemployed people. I wish nobody could be unemployed. Please work. Or moms who just drop off their kids and attend. Or others, people who code nonstop on their laptops and they can bring their laptops with them, right? And social workers. People who work remotely, basically. So if other people have heard that they are sinning if they cannot attend, this was the trigger. And if you're sinning, if you cannot attend, so they think they are into the category of being a sinner, we have to accommodate them. Like, we say it's open. No, it's not open. It's not. It's not accessible. 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. is not open for anybody. It's only open for select people. If you're work remotely, or if you are unemployed, or if you a mom, or so it's inaccessible. It's a time in the day that is inaccessible. I would wish, since we're all here together, many communities gathering, we could come to an agreement to end this topic, because we could even hear about it the next two conferences. Make it 50. We should discuss, how about we have it as a global discussion, like Sana said, online on Discord, and ended up with the Masjid Wednesday. Do we all agree about that? Any objection about that? Bring it on Discord instead of in person, and bring all the communities together. UK, Virginia, Dubai. we can come up with a solid form for it, format. Give me a minute, please. I never spoke here. Do we all agree on that? Any objection on that? No, we can ask on Discord. We can give them like a week or two, and we have this suggestion on our platform, and we all agree on it, and bring the whole communities, and let's end this Wednesday. Let's discuss topic about marriage. Let's discuss charity. Let's stop the back and forth of, if you go to Costco, you're not sinning, but if you go to the gym, you're sinning. If you do this, you're not sinning, but if you do that, you're not sinning. Do you know what I mean? So let's come to an end about this Wednesday, because it's eating our gathering here. People are paying hundreds and thousands of dollars to come and talk about discussion about Quranic topics, not about Wednesday study. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Shireen, and thank you for the suggestion. Next is Delilah. Delilah, where are you?
I'm over here.
Thank you. Go ahead, Delilah. Inshallah.
All right. Salam alaikum, everybody. Salam alaikum. Q.
QMAS.
Q.
After, please. QMAS after. Thank you.
So,
Delilah, go ahead.
I have a lot to say about this topic, because this topic actually took away something from me and my friends that was very valuable for us by God's grace. This topic came into Masjid San Jose, and all of a sudden, 20-year-olds who are meeting together every single week to discuss God and discuss topics which pertain to our age, and discuss topics that maybe we feel a little vulnerable about, or stuff that honestly you guys don't care about. It's like, oh, one time our Quran study was like, oh, ChatGPT, if we're using that for school, are we sinning? Is that not using your weights fairly, right? These are things that are very important by God's grace. And I know that when I ask these questions in the big studies, they get swallowed, because again, it's not the big topic of the week, right? That was villainized. It was like our group for like months. We were nervous. You guys made 20-year-olds nervous to come into Masjid because we were being grilled for coming together to worship God. I'd like you to know that we were fighting to stay together to worship God when other 20-year-olds are fighting their parents to go drinking and do drugs, right? That is what was villainized. And I'd like to point out another thing. Vulnerable populations in our masjid are what's being targeted. Wednesday study. Who's being targeted? The moms. I don't speak Farsi. I was free every single Wednesday night. I didn't like that there was a study going on in masjid and I was free and I couldn't go to it. But how come we always talk about the Wednesday mom study and I have not once heard about the Wednesday Farsi study? So one thing that I really want to emphasize is that we have to be very, very careful what we are prohibiting. We have to be very, very careful what message we are sending, because you know what our group does on Tuesdays now? We sit around, we watch YouTube videos, and we go to the movies. You guys took something very valuable away from us because we were told that we were sinning for coming together to worship God. And Q, I saw you roll your eyes, you should repent. Q, I just actually give me 5 seconds. I'm gonna be calm.
Okay.
I'm gonna be calm. But Q, you talk a lot about how being nice to each other means calling out bad behavior. You talk about how being nice to each other means that if we see somebody doing something consistently that's inappropriate, then we should call it out. I know that. So let me tell you, interrupting somebody is also bad behavior. I know that I am younger than you, and I do respect you, and I know that you have a lot of good values as a submitter. But what I'm saying to you is you need to reflect. There's a lot of times that these studies come up and these topics come up, and I heard when other people were talking about stuff that was anti your perspective, you were either whispering to the person next to you or you're rolling your eyes to a young girl who is saying that she wants to worship God alone. You think that it's not Quranic for me to study the Quran with my friends.
Okay.
You've been trying to prove it, and half the people don't believe you did.
Okay, thank you, Delilah. Thank you, Kumas. So, as we can see that, mashallah, there's some great comments that have been had, but we can also see that there are some things that maybe need some people to sit down and talk together to kind of get over, because these are kind of tantamount to being personal, but we have to remember if we love each other, there are no personal disputes, because we all love God and we are here to please God, and that's why we love each other. So if we can't be on that same page, then I think that kind of needs to be resolved first and foremost. We have the last comment from Hussein, because I did promise him. Who? Oh, sorry, it's Omid, and then, sorry, Hussein. Omid, sorry, I forgot you again. Okay, it's Omid, and then I'm going to give Hussein like a minute and a half, because I did say no to him too many times today. So go ahead, Omid, inshallah. Thank you.
You know, I'm actually glad Delilah brought up the youth study thing, because it's where this whole argument and discussion started. I feel like if we can kind of trace this back into, and in all honesty, I don't think we finished that discussion. We never finished the discussion, and it kept escalating to where we are now, and now we're just all over the place. The way I see it with the youth study, I mean, Q, you just said you think that you know, that example is unquranic. Like, I don't agree that that's unquranic, because I don't believe 1828 applies to that youth study. I'm still open to reconsidering how we conduct the Wednesday study, but as people have been kind of making their points, I think I agree with this notion that the Wednesday morning study is not a community study, and therefore it does not apply to 1828. I see it as a study that is accommodating to a certain group, and maybe why we're having these problems is because we haven't really kind of discussed the specifics on the importance of 1828. And I think what we've seen are some bad results of it, that maybe, you know, maybe there has been some notions being promoted that, like, you know, I go to the Wednesday morning study, therefore, you know, I feel like I don't need to go to a Thursday study or whatnot, or to one of the main community studies. Because I think that once this thing starts happening where people start feeling like they don't need to go to a community study, that's where holes may start appearing. I think Satan can start capitalizing. But one thing I'm getting a sense is, like, it's like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater a lot in this discussion. When I think of the youth study, sorry, you know, I keep calling it a youth study. Maybe that's not the right way to portray it. Like, I just heard Mirwais. I don't even really know what you said, but it just reminded me there was some drama around, like, that study. So, yeah. So let me. So let me not call it youth study, actually. Let me call it like it's a group of friends getting together and studying, whatever. Like, you know what, that study, I think, evolved just like the Wednesday study evolved. But here's the thing: you have a group of young submitters getting together, and they're Delilah said something pretty like, to me it's profound. They were studying the Quran together every time they hung out, and now they're not. Are we confident that what they were doing was something Satan wanted? That when they were studying the Quran, we can really confidently say that's what Satan wants. This is the thing I'm not confident on. If you feel confident about that, I want to have that discussion. And I think that let's kind of talk about that before realizing that this is where this entire dispute, you know, started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the last comment is to Hussein, inshallah. Hussein? No, can we do that privately? It doesn't
It's
need
my
to be
turn,
done, I don't
Q.
think, in
Whoa,
a
this is
room
loud.
like this. Thank you.
All right. Let me step over here. Delilah got me excited. She was really passionate. Okay, I think we have a problem with, like, how we frame these discussions. So, Delilah, I, like, completely disagree with you. The reason of why the youth study topic even came up, do you know why? it came up? Do you remember? It's because, let's be very clear. Yeah, so for the background, the youth study was announced in the masjid. It was held at somebody's home, and a individual who was a youth wanted to attend, and they were basically told no. Okay, so that's how this thing began. Okay, according to Gemini, they weren't a youth, but according to ChatGPT, they were a youth. Like, this is like one of these discussions that we get ourselves into. So that was, hold on.
Okay, let's
Everyone
not do a back
spoke.
and forth. Just Hussein, make your comment, please.
This is a microcosm of the issue that we have in our community, which is the studies, the Quran studies, God addresses the believers. There is no age group, there is no subset. This is nonsense that human beings have created. So Delilah, the reason this escalated and it kind of came up is because God willed for it to come up. There was something wrong being done. It was meant to be talked about. Now, maybe Omi's right. Maybe the outcome isn't what was best for everybody, but people were being victimized by that. So we have to take a certain degree of accountability for, our actions and things. The same goes, Q, for the way the Wednesday morning study started. Like, I don't think it's fair to say that there wasn't consultation. There was. I don't think it's fair to call it a rogue study, because it wasn't a rogue study. Like, we did talk about it in our community, and it was framed differently. The study has evolved. It used to be for mothers, and now it's kind of everyone that can go. So we should be really careful about how we choose to kind of like lower our wings of humility and want to work towards a solution. I don't see that. Like, it almost feels like combative when we have these disagreements. And speaking of which, bringing up, like, I have no idea why we brought up 3 people, that comment that was made a few months ago. Like, that is just like petty, and it causes issues that, we can't move past. I like what Shireen recommended. I think that's as someone who has no horse in the race of Wednesday morning study, I don't personally care what happens, frankly. What I do know is that I agree with what Amir said about 1828. I think that as believers, if there is a study that is within our vicinity that we can attend and we choose not to because we have nothing else going on, our priorities are confused. Okay, I think that's like the basic law. And for people like, for someone like, I think Q mentioned this, being told, hey, the Wednesday morning study was for moms, but if you're not doing anything and you choose not to attend, you're committing an error. It's like you lose-lose. So the only way to solve this is to consult upon it, come to an agreement about the community as a whole, and figure out what is in the best interest of everybody, and not plant our feet and like fight each other, because then nothing happens.
Thank you very much, Hussein. Okay, so before anyone jumps up and runs away, can I just give some clarification points that I made throughout this discussion? Inshallah, God willing, that you can kind of see some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to the Wednesday. Like Hussein said, I think Shireen's suggestion, and I saw a few people nodding, but I don't think this should only be something you should be looking at on Wednesdays. This is something that you can look at maybe for any studies. When you're studying the Quran, it shouldn't be done privately unless you're discussing maybe something personal to you with a smaller group of people. If you are studying the Quran, it should be open to everyone. And online, like by God's leave, we have Discord. Everyone has private channels for their own community, and we have the global community as well. So why is it that the masjid is just not open like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Because it's a masjid, it's open to everyone. But if there are any studies that are going on that everyone's invited, it can be held online, like the suggestion of the Wednesday. And then you have maybe a consultation to ensure that you have one fixed study, or maybe 2, that is your community study, and everything else can be considered striving. Or doing more for yourself, for your soul. Maybe you'll find that 2 or 3 people will turn up. Maybe you'll find that later on 10 people turn up. It reminds me of when, way back in the day, I suggested doing a Fajr commemoration. Everyone thought I was crazy. Yeah, and then I think it started with only sometimes 2 people turning up, 3 people turning up. Now it's open globally, and there are global. I mean, I don't know how much the numbers are because I've been very bad at turning up, but it's still there. It's open. It's extra striving. It's a different time zones for everyone, but it's extra striving. So I think getting the clarity between what is your community study and what is striving and extra, I think that's where you kind of maybe have to find, clarity on. Also, remember that God gives us freedom of choice. Once again, we are all on a journey. We are all at different points. Boys at the back, Hussein, Yunus, I'm calling you out, Ashkan. Freedom of choice. And God knows what our path is. Yeah, we can give reminders until, as we say in English, the cows in England, the cows come home. You can give reminders until you're blue in the face. But that's all we should be doing. And we should be ensuring that we're taking care of ourselves and saving our own necks first. But if I'm giving you a reminder in an unkind way, I'm actually sinning myself. So it doesn't make any sense. And also the last point that I wanted to make is that we have to remember, we all know this, ultimately, we're going to go back to God. We're not going back to each other. So you sit here and argue all day long. Am I pleasing God in this moment? Am I pleasing God when I'm talking to you? When I'm raising my hand, when I'm rolling my eyes, when I'm making gestures? Am I pleasing God? It doesn't matter what's going on in the room. The matter is your relationship with God, because everything is being written and everything we're going to read back. So inshallah, going forward for the rest of the night, we do have dhikr, which is some extra striving after the night prayer. So inshallah, we can all stay together, do some dhikr, and go to bed and wake up with a fresh new love for everyone that is around us, God willing. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Just to remind you that all the prayers will be in this room. All the prayers will take place in this room. We do have the sheets. So if you could help by moving the chairs and helping with laying down the sheets for prayer, inshallah, for night prayer. We have the sheets. Who's leading this prayer?
I don't know who's leading this prayer.
Okay, we have the sheets that are here to lay on the floor for prayer, inshallah. Mas, you're leading this one, inshallah, yeah? You're leading. Okay, it would be very good to have some help with the sheets, inshallah.
If you have a microphone, surrender your microphone, other than the one I'm speaking with. If you have a microphone, put it in the front somewhere. Does anyone have a microphone?